Chapter 2073. Song Jining wasn't a person who was good at chatting. Seeing Gun Yinji's shocked expression, she wanted to shut up again. However, Gun Yinji could hear the hidden meaning in her words and wouldn't let her off so easily. Miss Song, why were you captured by them? Is it related to what you just said? Gun Yinji asked in confusion. Song Jining closed her eyes and rubbed her forehead. I have a headache. I'll answer your question after I get some sleep. She tilted her head and fell asleep against the seat. Gun Yinji stared at Song Jining for a while and thought about what had happened that day. She had been in danger at the Sheraton Hotel, and Song Jining had been lured out of the imperial capital with a detour. She hadn't thought about why Song Jining would drive out alone at night and be lured out of the imperial capital. Now that she thought about it, did it have something to do with Song Jining's forged photos? Lu Yuan finished his checkup and walked over from behind. He sat on the other side of the aisle next to Song Jining. Chun-Lai sat behind him with the medicine box. There were also a few soldiers in the front and back rows. Hua Xiaoheng was the one driving the helicopter. There were so many people in the helicopter that it was packed to the brim. The engine of the helicopter rumbled. If they weren't very close, they would have to rely on roars to communicate. Because they were worried about Song Jining and Lu Yuan's injuries, and Lu Jin was also anxious to see them. Hua Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji didn't continue to ask questions. The helicopter whizzed through the night sky, and Gun Yinji looked ahead through the window. In the territorial waters not far away, the clouds had already dispersed, revealing the dark peacock blue night sky. The moon hung in the air like a willow leaf, and there was an indescribable elegance and tranquility in its delicate manner. Of course, the heavy rain was gone, and the strong wind had stopped. The harbor that had been in the middle of the storm was now as peaceful and beautiful as a meticulous painting. Gun Yinji sighed and thought to herself that the weather weapon was really too awesome. If it could really be controlled by energy, wouldn't it be able to hit wherever it was pointed? Lu Yuan seemed to have heard Gun Yinji's thoughts and suddenly sent her a text message. The other party seems to know that we're using the weather weapon. Gun Yinji. She looked down at her phone and replied after a while. Was there anyone else present when my dad made the suggestion? How did this information get leaked? It was no wonder that Deputy Director Jian knew that it would be very eye-catching for him to go out alone when the other yachts canceled their races and went ashore. Lu Yuan shook his head and replied, It might not be a leak. When Director Song wakes up, you can discuss it with her and Professor Lu. Gun Yinji raised her eyebrows. Did Lu Yuan have more direct evidence to prove that there wasn't a mole leaking the secret? In the middle of the night, the Special Operations Force's armed helicopter slowly landed at the Special Operations Force's headquarters airport. As soon as the sound of the propellers stopped, Gun Yinji jumped out of the plane. Lu Jin, Zhao Liangzi, and Yin Shixiang waited by the side. Dad! Gun Yinji ran over, her eyes sparkling with adoration and admiration. You're amazing. Too cool. Weather weapon. His control is practically at the point of perfection. Adding a little more would be too much, and subtracting a little would be showing weakness. Lu Jin's heart, which had been in high spirits, finally relaxed. The corners of his mouth curled up as he patted Gun Yinji's head and praised himself without hesitation. Of course, he had taught them a good lesson. Something like a weather weapon does require an extremely strong control system. Their hardware equipment is not bad, but the software system is too poor. I casually changed it for them. Although it's not as perfect as I thought, it's already much better than the weather weapons of the other countries on Blue Planet. Lu Yuan walked over at this moment. When he heard Lu Jin boast shamelessly about himself, the corners of his lips twitched, and he said lightly, Maybe it was because you changed so perfectly that you attracted the attention of those people. Gun Yinji blinked. Only then did she understand what Lu Yuan meant by it might not be a leak. Lu Jin had always been stubborn, especially when it came to scientific research. He immediately said, Boss Lu, what do you mean? Is it wrong to be too perfect? Dad, let's go back and talk. You're not going to argue with President Lu here, are you? Gun Yinji glanced around and hugged Lu Yuan's arm. Lu Jin snorted. Let's go back and talk. I'm not afraid of him. As they spoke, Song Jining also came over. When she saw Lu Jin, Her eyes lit up like Gun Yinji's. She said, "Professor Lu, are you here to pick up Ninji?" At the airport of the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces, the bright street lamps shone silver light. The surrounding night was even darker, but it was as bright as day here. Lu Jin looked at her, then at Lu Yuan, who acted as if nothing had happened, except that the tips of his ears were a little red. He sneered and said, "Boss Lu, what did you promise me? Do you want me to show you the evidence?" Lu Yuan, he quickly glanced at Song Jining and said to Lu Jin, "We'll talk when we get back. This is the airport." "Huh. Don't even think about going back on your word." Lu Jin snorted. In Xiang had followed Lu Jin all the way from sending him to the weather weapon control room in the courtyard of the military headquarters, to returning from there, and then to the airport here. He had never left Lu Jin's side. Zhao Yangzi had received the news from Hua Xiaoheng, so he had brought his men over to welcome them. The last to get out of the helicopter were Hua Xiaoheng and Chun Lai. One was tall and the other short, the other fat and the other thin, but they were surprisingly harmonious. "What are you standing here for? Let's go to my place." Hua Xiaoheng strode over and held Gun Yinji's hand. Gun Yinji had no choice but to jog to keep up and was pulled to the car next to her by Hua Xiaoheng. It was Hua Xiaoheng's private car, and the driver was his chauffeur, Fan Jian. After Gun Yinji sat in the car, she wanted to talk about what had happened tonight, especially the forged photos that Song Jining had just mentioned. However, when she saw that Fan Jian and Zhao Yangzi were still in the front passenger seat, she swallowed her words and greeted them with a smile. "Brother Zhe, I'm so sorry to disturb your sleep so late." However, there was no hint of embarrassment in her tone. "Do you have times when you're embarrassed?" Zhao Yangzi laughed and turned to look at her. He looked at her carefully and nodded. "Fortunately, you're not injured?" "I'm not only not injured, I didn't fall into a trap at all." Gun Yinji beamed with joy as she crossed her arms and leaned against the back seat. She chatted with Zhao Yangzi and waited for Hua Xiaoheng to get into the car. She looked at Fan Jian and greeted him with a smile. Fan Jian was acquainted with her, so he turned back with a smile. "Hello, Miss Gu." Gun Yinji continued to make conversation. She leaned forward and clung to the front seat. She asked curiously, "Fan Jian, that's an interesting name. I've been curious about it for a long time. Why did your parents give you that name?" Fan Jian immediately understood what Gun Yinji meant. He huffed and puffed for a long time before saying, "I changed my name, but it's better than my old name." "This was a changed name? What kind of weird name was it before?" Gun Yinji's eyebrows nearly shot up. Zhao Yangzi's shoulders shook with laughter. Gun Yinji turned to look at him. "Brother Zhe, do you know about it?" "A lot of people know about it. It's not like it's something shameful." Fan Jian laughed at himself. "My dad's surname is Fan, and my mom's surname is Hao. They used to name me Fan Jian Hao." Gun Yinji was speechless. In that case, the name Fan Jian was better, although not by much. Gun Yinji patted his seat sympathetically. "Little Fan has a hard time." The people in the car chatted and laughed until Hua Xiaoheng opened the car door and got in. Gun Yinji didn't see Lu Jin follow her, so she quickly asked, "Where's my dad?" "Professor Lu wants to be in the same car as President Lu and Ms. Song. He said he has something to ask," Hua Xiaoheng said with a smile as he sat down beside Gun Yinji. This was the third update of the day. Chapter 2062, Cloudbeard is not happy. P.S. Sent to the leader of Wu AI Hall, the leader of September Sheng. It was the third update today. Remind me about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 2074. Gun Yinji recalled how Lu Jin and Lu Yuan had wanted to say something but hesitated. Her eyes darted around, and she immediately understood. She smiled slyly and said, "Hey, I really want to watch." It would be great if she could see CEO Lu propose with her own eyes. She knew that her father was a man of his word. If he asked CEO Lu to propose to Ms. Song, he would do it. If CEO Lu didn't ask, he would definitely throw out the video. Gun Yinji's guess was right. In another car, Lu Jin was sitting between Lu Yuan and Song Jining. He winked at Lu Yuan proudly. "Boss Lu, what about what you promised me?" Lu Yuan, why did these words sound so awkward? Lu Yuan moved to the side without a trace. Fortunately, this was a modified military SUV that Hua Xiaoheng and the others had brought. The back seat was spacious enough. Song Jining had been looking out of the car window, uneasily. Hearing Lu Jin's meaningful words, her eyes drifted to the side. Lu Yuan happened to be looking in her direction. Both of their eyes met. Song Jining had always been very direct when it came to relationships. If she liked someone, she liked them. If she didn't like them, she didn't like them. She never hesitated. However, Lu Yuan's eyes were too deep, and his emotions were extremely restrained. Moreover, the two of them didn't cross the line at all when they were usually together, giving her a chance to daydream. Therefore, even someone as confident as her was a little uncertain. However, this time, when Lu Yuan gave her air at the bottom of the sea, she really felt a little different. However, she still couldn't make up her mind whether this difference was because she was overthinking or because artificial respiration was done like this. Lu Yuan stared at Song Jining. The light in the car was relatively dim, so he could only see Song Jining through the flashing light of the street lamps by the roadside. Her beautiful face and youthful face were exactly the same as when he had left 18 years ago. But he was already old. Lu Yuan's hands tightened and he coughed. Suddenly, he couldn't say a word. All his courage seemed to have been used up when Song Jining was in danger. At that time, he seemed to be able to say anything without any psychological barriers. But now, he had to say it in front of Song Jining. Lu Yuan supported his head with his hand and leaned against the window. He sighed and said, "Professor Lu, I'll make you a delicious supper when we get back. What do you want to eat? What about Nianji? Should I give her a call and ask her?" As he spoke, his eyes turned slightly. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were clear and deep as he looked at Song Jining. "Superintendent Song, what do you want to eat? Do you want to buy some groceries on the way?" Lu Jin rolled his eyes and hesitated for a second between going back to eat delicious food and watching Lu Yuan propose. He lowered his head and took out his phone. He sent Gun Yinji a text message and asked her, "What do you want for supper?" Boss Lu said to go back and do it. After sending one message, he sent another one. "It's a pity that I can't watch Boss Lu propose. He threatened me with making delicious food." Gun Yinji saw the message Lu Jin had sent her in the car in front of her. She was instantly delighted and replied with a smile, "Of course I'll cook something delicious first, and then propose. Please postpone it. I won't watch too." When Lu Jin saw the reply, he also laughed. He thought to himself that it was better to have fun together than to have fun alone. If there was such a good show, he would definitely drag his girl along to watch it. He immediately became confident and said to Lu Yuan, "It's too late. I'm afraid I don't have that much time to cook. Why don't we each have a bowl of your famous chicken soup noodles? I remember you were cooking a pot of chicken soup in the kitchen." Lu Yuan glanced at him. "You have a good memory. You even remember the things in the kitchen so clearly. That's for sure. I can forget anything, but I won't forget the kitchen." Lu Jin smiled and nudged Song Jining's arm. "Superintendent Song, do you like noodles?" Song Jining smiled and said, "I'm not picky about food. It's good to have some noodles tonight. I've been hungry all night. At most, I'll eat it and lose weight tomorrow." Lu Jin gave her a thumbs up. Superintendent Song is so open-minded, unlike some people who don't keep their word and only know how to change the subject. He winked at Song Jining. "Superintendent Song, after you finish the chicken soup noodles, I'll show you something nice. I guarantee it'll help with digestion." Song Jining smiled and nodded. "Okay, you really can't sleep immediately after eating. It'll cause indigestion." Lu Yuan was a little nervous at the side. His palms were sweating, but he was looking forward to it. The military vehicle opened the way and sped down the highway at night. Soon, it entered the imperial capital's third ring highway. Because Lu Jin and Gun Yinji both said they wanted to go to Song Jining's house for supper, Xiaoheng asked Fan Jian to send them to Song Jining's apartment complex. In Xixiang, Zhao Yangzi and Chun Lai followed Fan Jian back to the Special Operations Forces headquarters base. Xiaoheng brought Gun Yinji into the elevator. Lu Jin, Lu Yuan, and Song Jining soon returned. For safety's sake, Xiaoheng still sent people to monitor the entire neighborhood. It was loose on the outside but tight on the inside, in case the other party had any more tricks up their sleeves. As soon as Lu Jin entered the door, he saw Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng sitting on the sofa in the living room. He immediately shouted, "Why are you guys so fast? Nianji, are you hungry?" Gu Nianji stood up and blinked at him. "I'm so hungry I can eat a cow." "Then let Boss Lu fry you another steak," Lu Jin quickly suggested. Gu Nianji rolled her eyes. "Okay, fry a steak, but it's not for me. It's for Major General Hua." Hua Xiaoheng stood up and said politely to Lu Jin, "Thank you for the reminder, Uncle Lu." Lu Jin choked for a moment. He thought to himself, "The steak is for my girl. Who asked for it for you?" However, seeing how good Hua Xiaoheng was to his girl, giving it to Hua Xiaoheng would be rounding it up, so it would be considered giving it to his girl. After Lu Jin's reasoning, he quickly turned around and said to Lu Yuan, "Boss Lu, 4 bowls of chicken soup noodles and a special steak, medium well." Lu Yuan nodded. "I'll make it right away." Without another word, he went into the kitchen and continued making supper, so he didn't want to be alone with Song Jining. Song Jining didn't mind and said to Gu Nianji, "Nianji, do you want to take a shower? I'll go to the master bathroom, and you can go to Professor Lu's guest bathroom." Gu Nianji waved her hand. "I don't need it. I'll shower when I get back. Ms. Song, you can go and clean up." Song Jining had only wiped her body and changed her clothes on the plane today, but she still didn't feel very comfortable. She didn't stand on ceremony and went into the master bedroom bathroom to take a shower. Hua Xiaoheng went to the balcony to make a call and arrange for the follow-up. Gu Nianji and Lu Jin met in the living room to discuss how to get Lu Yuan to propose later. But soon, the smell of chicken soup wafting out of the kitchen made them unable to continue their conversation. "Dad, let's talk after we eat. How about that?" Gu Nianji gulped. Lu Jin nodded heavily. "Of course, let's eat first and talk later." Not long after, Lu Yuan brought 4 bowls of chicken soup noodles and freshly fried steak to the dining room and called them over for supper. Gu Nianji and Lu Jin arrived at the dining room first, and Hua Xiaoheng came in after a while. Lu Yuan didn't see Song Jining, so he couldn't help looking around and asked, "Where's Director Song?" Lu Jin was about to speak when Gu Nianji rolled her eyes and shook her head slightly at him. She then said to Lu Yuan with a frown, "I don't know. Ms. Song said she wasn't feeling well just now and want to go back to her room to rest. I don't know how she's doing now. Sigh, Ms. Song is really pitiful. She's all alone and can only rely on herself when she's sick. I don't even know if she's taking medicine." Lu Jin was a little confused. Didn't Chun-Lai check that she was fine just now? Gu Nianji quietly stepped on Lu Jin's foot. While he was lowering his head, she quickly said to Lu Yuan, "I think Director Song has a mental illness." Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes and put down his chopsticks without batting an eyelid. He said, "I'll go take a look." Gu Nianji was almost smiling like a little fox. If Hua Xiaoheng hadn't stopped her, she would have really run over to watch. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 2063, It's Better to Be Happy Alone. There were 2 updates today, 8:30 p.m. the next night. Remind me of the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 2075. Lu Yuan came to Song Jining's bedroom and gently knocked on the door. Then, he waited at the door for a while. There seemed to be a sound inside, and then it became quiet again. There was still no one to open the door. Lu Yuan was a little hesitant. He didn't know how Song Jining was doing inside. When Lu Yuan knocked on the door, Song Jining had just turned off the shower and wrapped her body in a 1.5-meter long and 1-meter wide white bath towel. She didn't hear the faint knock on the door. She wrapped her wet hair in a towel of the same color before walking out of the bathroom and sitting down in front of the dressing table in the bedroom. Song Jining's dressing table was very simple and elegant. There was almost nothing else on the table except a comb and a bottle of cream. It could be said to be very minimalist. She took off the white, dry towel wrapped around her head and was about to comb her hair when she heard a bang behind her. Someone pushed open the door and came in. Song Jining had just escaped from a kidnapping. Her nerves were still slightly relaxed after being extremely nervous, but she was still extremely vigilant. Hearing someone barge in, she suddenly turned around and stared in the direction of the bedroom door. Because she turned too fast and used too much force, the bath towel wrapped around her chest actually loosened and was about to fall off. Song Jining didn't notice the danger of the bath towel on her chest, but Lu Yuan saw it clearly. Her exposed skin was still stained with sparkling water droplets. It was as white as mutton fat jade. No, it was even more flawless than mutton fat jade because it was alive and warm. Her white and plump breasts were set off by the hanging bath towel into a perilous valley. It made one's heart skip a beat, but they couldn't bear to look away. Song Jining twisted her body and stood in front of the dressing table. Her S-shaped curves were even more obvious. Her face was slightly red because of surprise. Her rosy lips were slightly open, revealing a little bit of snow white inside her lips. It was her braided teeth that he had just tasted not long ago, lively and fragrant. These four words popped up in Lu Yuan's mind. Then, he took a big stride forward. His movements were faster than his mind, and he pressed down on Song Jining's bath towel that was about to fall off. At this moment, Song Jining's mind buzzed. It was as if fireworks had bloomed all over the sky. All her rational thoughts were on holiday to watch the fireworks. She couldn't think at all, let alone react. Lu Yuan pressed down on her bath towel with his hand, not daring to use too much force. He lowered his eyes to look at her and found that on her white jade-like face, a trace of red slowly climbed up her cheeks, and then from her cheeks to her flawless white face. That bright color seeped out from the bottom of her skin, like old wine, making people drunk just by smelling it. Song Jining had just taken a shower. Her eyes were clear like the clear sky after the rain. Only the corners of her eyes were slightly red, but it wasn't because she had cried. Instead, it was because peach blossoms had fallen from the branches and stained the corners of her eyes and eyebrows. Lu Yuan's eyes darkened, and he said hoarsely, "Your bath towel isn't tied properly. It's about to fall. Do you want me to tie it for you?" His gaze was no longer repressed, no longer reserved. He looked at her with unbridled longing. Song Jining had just snapped out of her daze when she fell into Lu Yuan's affectionate gaze. Her rational mind was still looking at the fireworks, and her subconscious answer was pure linear thinking. Yes. Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat when he saw that not only did she not refuse, but she was also unguarded against him. It was as if there was a little person in his mind constantly nagging, "Tell me, tell me, tell me." Before he could think of what to do, his nimble fingers had already tied the bath towel for Song Jining. His gesture was extremely gentle, and he was very careful to avoid arousing suspicion. He didn't touch the skin on Song Jining's chest at all, but it was this kind of faint force that made a woman's muscles and bones go limp. Song Jining really couldn't stand anymore. She was already exhausted today, and now even her emotions were about to be overdrawn. Her soft and beautiful body was on the verge of collapse in front of Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan tied the bath towel for her. A strong arm crossed her willow-like waist and picked her up. Song Jining leaned against his arm to prevent herself from collapsing to the ground. Lu Yuan looked at her deeply. He slowly bent down and approached her bit by bit. Finally, he stopped 1 centimeter away from her trembling lips. A hoarse voice came out of his lips. Can I kiss you?" He was so close that Song Jining could clearly feel the hot aura when he spoke. He smelled so good. Song Jining thought vaguely and blinked. Her long eyelashes, which were like crow's feathers, fluttered like 2 rows of small fans. To Lu Yuan, Song Jining's blink was like a butterfly flapping its wings above the Amazon River in South America, setting off a torrential storm on the other side of the blue planet. All his caution and forbearance were completely destroyed by the storm. He no longer hesitated and gently touched forward. He pushed the distance of 1 centimeter closer and pressed his lips against her moist and soft lips. This feeling was completely different from when he had transferred air to her at the bottom of the sea not long ago. It was hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of times better than that. It was something he hadn't dared to think about in the past 18 years, nor could he think about it. He tasted her lips over and over again. His arms locked tightly around her and held her in his arms. Song Jining felt like the air in her chest was about to be squeezed out, but she didn't feel uncomfortable. Lu Yuan's kiss made her heart beat faster and her consciousness blur. She still remembered that he smelled good. So what did he taste like? With this thought in mind, Song Jining couldn't help but open her mouth, stick out her tongue, and lick Lu Yuan's lips. It really tasted good. She smacked her lips and wanted to continue licking him, but Lu Yuan suddenly tightened his grip. He also stuck out his tongue and tasted her mouth. Song Jining wasn't used to such a deep kiss. She planned to use the tip of her tongue to push Lu Yuan's tongue out. However, as soon as the tip of her tongue came over, it was wrapped by Lu Yuan's tongue. It was as if it was wrapped in supreme honey. He sucked and smashed it over and over again. Song Jining felt like her tongue was about to be sucked out by Lu Yuan. She couldn't help but clench her fists and knock on his hard shoulder. She mumbled indistinctly, "Be gentler." Lu Yuan stiffened for a moment and relaxed slightly. But then, the kiss became even more ferocious, and he almost folded her down. Song Jining's rational thinking had completely left home. She could only rely on her instincts to snuggle into Lu Yuan's arms and let him do whatever he wanted. After an unknown period of time, Lu Yuan finally let go of her lips slightly and looked down. Her full lips seemed to be smeared with rouge. They were dazzlingly red, and her swollen lips were pursed. Lu Yuan smiled slightly. Every line in the corner of his eyes contained unspeakable affection. He kissed her again and said hoarsely, "Jining, marry me." This was the second chapter of today, chapter 2064, The Wings of a Butterfly. There were 2 chapters today. Tomorrow, there would be the 3rd chapter to pay off the debt. He finally proposed. Remind me of the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 2076. When Lu Yuan said this, he didn't use an imperative tone, nor did he use a question. Instead, he directly said, "Marry me." He was resolute and straightforward. He didn't beat around the bush, nor did he leave any suspense. It was very different from his usual style. It was really too different, and this style was surprisingly accepted and agreed with by Song Jining. Her attitude towards relationships was the same as her attitude towards scientific research. It was straightforward, without beating around the bush, and without leaving any suspense. It wasn't that she was unaware of Lu Yuan's feelings for her, but because of her personality, she wouldn't agree with that kind of natural relationship. She needed to be very frank, and she also needed to be very clear. Just like what Lu Yuan had said just now, "Jining, marry me." In Song Jining's concept, this was a very perfect proposition. Now, it was time for her to throw out the question. She looked at Lu Yuan emotionally and asked, "Why do you want me to marry you?" Lu Yuan's smile became deeper and deeper. He thought to himself that only a genius could understand a genius' train of thought. Lu Yuan had never even dared to think of such a straightforward question before. His hand gradually moved up and grabbed the back of Song Jining's neck. He whispered, "Of course it's because I love you." He once thought that he would never be able to say this in his life. He didn't expect that under Song Jining's gaze. He almost blurted it out. However, Song Jining was already past the age where a man would die for him just because he said, "I love you." She still stared at him and said faintly, "Then it's fine if we love each other. Why do you want me to marry you?" You have to know that there's no logical relationship between falling in love and getting married. Not every love will lead to marriage. Not every marriage will have love. Song Jining's voice was very calm, but if one listened carefully, they could hear a little uncertainty in her tone. Lu Yuan had a headache, but he also felt proud. The woman he loved was different from ordinary women. She wouldn't run away with someone just because he gave her a piece of candy. In fact, Song Jining was thinking about her marriage to Huo Guanchen. She and he had once truly loved each other, but that love couldn't beat all kinds of unexpected events over the years. In the end, the two of them ended tragically. Thinking of Huo Guanchen, Song Jining's expression turned cold. She still had a score to settle with this person. Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat when he saw Song Jining's expression change. His mind raced, but he couldn't figure out what he had done wrong to make Song Jining unhappy. He didn't dare to act rashly, nor did he want to force her too much. He took a step back and put on a gentlemanly manner. He held Song Jining's hand and kissed it on the back. and said with a smile, "Then we'll love." Song Jinning's heart felt a little calm, and nodded with a smile. I think, T, and JTI, single quote, I Lu, what a aesthetic. What a coincidence. Me too, Lu Yuan said with a smile. After the two of them finished speaking, Lu Yuan went out first and waited at the door. Song Jinning changed into her own clothes, and the two of them went to the restaurant together. When they arrived at the restaurant, Lu Yuan thought that Lu Jin and the others had been waiting for a long time. He was about to apologize when he suddenly caught a glimpse of the water droplet-shaped alarm clock on the wall from the corner of his eye. He realized that only 5 minutes had passed. Why did it feel like a lifetime had passed? Lu Yuan shook his head and quickly glanced at Song Jinning. Song Jinning's expression remained the same as usual as she calmly sat down beside him. Lu Yuan placed the bowl of chicken soup noodles in front of her and picked up a piece of noodles with his chopsticks. He smiled and said, "Try it and see if it suits your taste." Song Jinning ate it with his hand. Gun Yinji, Lu Jin, Hua Xiaoheng. The 6 eyes of the 3 of them stared at Lu Yuan and Song Jinning. Song Jinning acted as if she didn't see it. She also picked up a piece of noodles with her chopsticks and brought it to Lu Yuan's mouth. "It tastes good. Do you want to try it too?" Lu Yuan ate it with a smile. Because he was eating noodles, his chopsticks took a long time to eat. After he slowly finished eating the noodles with chopsticks, he took a tissue and handed it to Song Jinning. Then, he turned to look at the 3 people beside him with different expressions and said lightly, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen people eat noodles before?" Song Jinning held back her laughter and lowered her head to continue eating the chicken soup noodles. Needless to say, Lu Yuan's cooking was really impeccable. Lu Jin couldn't hold it in anymore. He slammed his chopsticks on the dining table and shouted, "What happened just now that we don't know about? Boss Lu, tell me the truth." Gun Yinji also smiled and propped her head on her hand. She winked at Song Jinning and said, "I refuse dog food. Midnight snacks turned into dog food. Have you asked the feelings of these chicken soup noodles? Ms. Song, you only want to take a shower. Why do you seem to have a boyfriend when you come back?" Hua Xiaoheng thought about it and felt that it was better not to speak. Lu Jin looked at Lu Yuan's smiling eyes, then at Song Jinning's slightly red cheeks. He slammed the table and his heart was burning with anxiety. "What's going on?" Song Jinning smiled at Lu Yuan. Seeing him nod slightly, she said, "Yes, it's exactly what you saw. I'm with President Lu." "What do you mean you're together?" "Miss Song, don't avoid the point," Gun Yinji shouted. She was asking the question that Hua Xiaoheng wanted to ask, but couldn't. Lu Yuan had no choice but to say softly, "Jinning just agreed to be my girlfriend." Gun Yinji, Lu Jin. This was different from what they had agreed on. Song Jinning couldn't hold back the smile on her face. She held Lu Yuan's hand under the dining table and said, "I'm lucky to be with such a good man like President Lu." Gun Yinji felt that something was wrong. She glanced at Lu Yuan and then at Song Jinning. She said carefully, "Together? Are you guys getting married?" Lu Yuan's expression was slightly restrained. Song Jinning smiled and waved her hand. She said bluntly, "At my age, I already have a daughter-in-law. I might even have a grandson soon. Why would I get married? Of course, more importantly, in Song Jinning's mind, marriage was really not a necessity. She knew that she had feelings for Lu Yuan. Not only did she have feelings for him, but her feelings were getting deeper and deeper. She almost couldn't leave him. And Lu Yuan also loved her, so they should have a good relationship. When necessary, it was okay to live together. Lu Jin looked at Lu Yuan and saw that he was still looking at Song Jinning with a doting expression. His stupid look of, "As long as you're good to me, I'm fine with anything," made him angry. He took out his phone with a sullen face and said angrily to Lu Yuan, "If you do this, don't blame me for doing it." As he spoke, he pulled up the video he had recorded earlier and walked to Song Jinning's side. He extended his hand in front of her and said angrily, "There, look for yourself. Director Song, you really have a heart of stone. What's wrong with our boss Lu? You don't want to marry him. You just want to play with his feelings and body." This was the first watch of the day. Chapter 2065, Together. Today is Monday, right? Recommendation votes are very important. I'm looking for recommendation votes in the third watch. At 1:30 p.m. on the second watch. At 8:30 p.m. on the third watch. Chapter 2077. Gu Nianji rubbed her forehead and almost sighed. She quickly stood up to pull Lu Jin away. Hua Xiaoheng also quickly stood up and pulled Lu Jin out with Gu Nianji. Only Song Jining and Lu Yuan were left in the dining room. Lu Yuan looked awkwardly at the backs of the few people leaving and sighed in his heart. Fortunately, he was also old and had seen a lot of the world. He had also cleaned up a lot of messes for Lu Jin, so he wasn't particularly embarrassed. He was just a little embarrassed and fidgeted in his seat. Several times, he wanted to stand up and leave with Lu Jin and the others. When he finally stood up and was about to leave, Song Jining grabbed him. Lu Yuan didn't lower his head. He smiled and said, "Don't mind it. It was an emergency. I was just saying. Otherwise, it's not like you don't know Lu Jin. He's stubborn." Song Jining had just finished watching the video, and her whole body was immersed in great shock and daze. At the bottom of the sea, on the plane, and in the bedroom, the feeling that had made her flustered came back. Her mind was in a mess just now, but her hand still subconsciously grabbed Lu Yuan and didn't let him leave with her. Lu Yuan's voice was faint, but it had a calming power. He was especially gentle and considerate to her. "It's good that you're back safely now. I'm already very lucky to be my girlfriend." Song Jining's hand tightened. She looked up at him seriously and said, "I'm also a stubborn person." Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He was suddenly afraid to listen to Song Jining continue. What if she said that she and Lu Jin were a couple? Although he knew that the possibility was very small, people who were in the middle of it would always think more. Lu Yuan didn't dare to lower his head, much less look into Song Jining's eyes. Song Jining slowly stood up in front of Lu Yuan. She had a strange feeling in her heart. It was as if she had finally landed on something, but it was also as if she was drifting and just wanted to find a harbor to rest in. Marriage was indeed not a necessity for her, and she had never thought of it as a necessity. Although she looked young, she was actually quite old. Anyone with a 30-year-old son could no longer pretend to be a shy girl. Therefore, the decision to get married was very difficult for her. But after watching the video just now, she only had one thought. This man was worth marrying. Regardless of whether it was a rational analysis or an impulsive decision, she could not refuse. Song Jining didn't know what to say. She stared at Lu Yuan for a while and suddenly realized that under his calm aura, the tips of his ears were actually slightly red. She couldn't help but laugh. Song Jining separated her fingers and clasped his tightly. She said softly, "You've done so much for me." Lu Yuan closed his eyes and immediately interrupted her. "I've done so much just to save you. Don't feel burdened." In that situation, no matter who it was, I would have saved him. He didn't want to give Song Jining the impression that he was trying to repay her kindness, and he didn't want Song Jining to be with him out of pity. That was never what he wanted. Song Jining sighed softly and said, "Lu Yuan, do you really think I'm that stupid to believe your words?" In the video, just now, Lu Yuan had completely revealed his true feelings. In order to save her, he was willing to do anything and give up anything. Was this something he could do regardless of who? Once Song Jining figured it out, she would stop thinking about it. Lu Yuan was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but quickly glance at Song Jining. She looked at him with a smile. There was no pity, no sympathy, no reservation, and no arrogance in her gentle, willowy eyes. There was only tenderness and determination. Song Jining let go of his hand, but hugged his waist. She looked up and said, "Does what you said just now still count?" Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He quickly looked down at Song Jining. "What did you say? Can you say it again?" "Why do you have to say it again?" "I'm afraid I heard wrong." Lu Yuan wrapped his arms around her waist and said seriously, "I'm afraid I've lost my mind and am hallucinating." Song Jining wasn't a particularly emotional person, but Lu Yuan's words made her nose sting, and she almost cried. "Jining, I'll say it again. Marry me, be my wife, and let me take care of you for the rest of your life." Lu Yuan held her face and said carefully. As he spoke, He looked at her expression, afraid that she would object again and come up with some irrefutable logic. Song Jining nodded. Her eyes were slightly wet as she said in a low voice, "Okay." Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment before he understood what Song Jining meant. He was so happy that his entire body swelled up. He nodded repeatedly and said, "If you agree, we can even go and register tomorrow." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a burst of cheers outside the restaurant. Lu Jin walked in with a bottle of champagne. He opened the cap with a bang, and the bubbles of the champagne immediately sprayed out. She got some shiny paper scraps from somewhere and threw them at Song Jining and Lu Yuan. She laughed and said, "Congratulations, congratulations. Congratulations on finally getting married and being together for 100 years. Lu Yuan looked at them in surprise and said, "I thought you guys had already gone far." Lu Jin looked at him righteously. "My phone is right here. It was broadcasted the whole time. There's nothing I can do." Lu Yuan, Hua Xiaohan, was the last to walk in. He calmly extended his hand to Lu Yuan and Song Jining and said, "Congratulations, both of you." This was considered approval of Song Jining's remarriage. Song Jining smiled and said, "As soon as possible. I don't want to get married after my son." Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji looked at each other and held each other's hands. Lu Jin began to come up with a bad idea. "Why don't we go and register tomorrow? Or register our marriage on Christmas Day?" Song Jining pursed her lips and chuckled. "How can it be so fast? I have to file a report when I get married." Lu Yuan came back to his senses and lowered his head to touch her forehead. He said, "I have to file a report too. I almost forgot about it." "Okay, let's file a report together. When it's approved, we'll go and register." Song Jining had the mind of a scientist, so she thought about the most critical parts. She didn't think about the ring for the proposal or the ceremony for the wedding at all. But Lu Yuan wouldn't forget. Seeing that the people closest to him were all here, he decided to get engaged. Lu Yuan quickly left the restaurant and returned to his room. He took out a 12-carat diamond ring that he had prepared long ago and walked to Song Jining's side. He knelt down on one knee and said, "Jining, are you willing to marry me? This is our engagement ring." Song Jining smiled and reached out her hand. Her fingers were slender like jade. Lu Yuan treasured the ring that looked like a card and put it on her finger. It was actually just the right size. Although the diamond ring was big, it was simple and elegant, so it didn't stand out on Song Jining's finger at all. Lu Jin and Gu Nianji were finally satisfied. Gu Nianji smiled and said, "That's more like it. All right, you guys have to remember to file a report early. If anyone tries to stop you, tell me. I'll teach them a lesson." Lu Jin also said, "I'll just say it here. Whoever opposes will be unlucky. Let's see who dares." "I don't dare, Gu Nianji said repeatedly. "Dad, that's enough." Hua Guanxin found out the next day that Song Jining had filed a marriage report and sent it to the military. Song Jining was a special scientist who was closely related to the military. He didn't know that Lu Yuan had also filed a marriage report, but Lu Yuan was originally from the secret front, so it was right that he didn't know about him. Hua Guanxin listened to the personal secretary's report, and his expression became uglier and uglier. "Say that again. Who filed a marriage report?" Director Song. "Nonsense. Why would she file a marriage report at her age? Do you know who she's going to marry?" Hua Guanxin stood up, picked up his hat, and was about to go out. The personal secretary quickly said, "I heard it's a businessman named Lu Yuan." "What did you say?" Hua Guanxin's expression changed drastically, and even his voice became much hoarser. This was today's second update, Chapter 2066, Whoever Opposes Will Be Unlucky. It was time to send an update to Old Z's second, the leader of September Ascension. Today was Monday, right? Recommendation votes are very important. I'm looking for recommendation votes in the third session. It was 8:30 p.m. on the third update. Chapter 2078. Lu Yuan's identity and experience were top secret even in the highest organization of the Huaxiao Empire's military. If Hua Guanxin wasn't Lu Yuan's younger brother, he wouldn't have known about this. Of course, his personal secretary wouldn't have known either. Lu Yuan was still in the 2-year period of being kept secret, so all they knew was that he was a businessman. Although Huo Guanqin was mentally prepared, he still couldn't accept the news. Is his name really Lu Yuan? Are you sure? Huo Guanqin almost grabbed his personal secretary's neck and asked. The personal secretary nodded. His name is indeed Lu Yuan. Chief, is this person not good? Why was his expression so scary? Huo Guanqin used all his self-control to calm himself down, but it was only on the surface. He slowly raised his hand and waved. Got it. You can leave. After the personal secretary left, he sat alone in the office for a long time. When it was time to get off work, he made a decision. After coming out of the office, he didn't go home directly. Instead, he got someone to drive to Song Jinning's apartment complex. He knew that Song Jinning had bought a house in this complex, but she had never been here before. The property management of the complex didn't let them in. Huo Guanqin didn't say anything and only glanced at his personal secretary. The personal secretary understood and took out his ID. He said, "Our chief is here to see Ms. Song Jinning, who lives here. She's our chief's ex-wife." When the property management heard this, they didn't dare to stop them anymore. They quickly opened the fence and let Huo Guanqin's car in. They called Song Jinning's apartment and said, "Miss Song, your ex-husband, Chief Hua, is here to see you." Song Jinning went to the Institute of High Energy Physics today to submit a marriage application. She and Lu Yuan had just confirmed their relationship yesterday, so it was still a little awkward today. She didn't want to go home for a while. However, Lu Yuan still went to the Institute of High Energy Physics to pick her up like before. She had thought that she would be embarrassed to see Lu Yuan, but when she saw him standing high in front of the car, next to the gate of the Institute of High Energy Physics, behind him was a wide road, and there were trees with fallen leaves, she actually calmed down. Not long after the two of them returned home, Song Jinning received a call from the property management. She was about to ask the property management not to let Huo Guanqin in, but the property management continued. "He's already in." Song Jinning was a little angry and said, "Don't let him in next time." Property management. The other party was the bureau chief and the ex-husband. The court did not issue a restraining order. How could a small property management company like him dare to? Song Jinning was still fuming when the doorbell rang. She immediately knew that it was Huo Guanqin. "All right, let's settle the score together." She walked over with a solemn expression and looked through the peephole. It was indeed Huo Guanqin. Lu Yuan and Lu Jin poked their heads out and asked, "Who is it? Are Nianji and Xiaoheng here?" Song Jinning shook her head and said casually, "It was General Hua." Lu Yuan pursed his lips and immediately walked to Song Jinning's side and asked, "Why is he here? Do you want me to send him away for you?" "There's no need for that. I was just about to settle the score with him." Song Jinning opened the door in a fit of pique. Huo Guanqin frowned and looked up just in time to see Song Jinning and Lu Yuan standing in front of him like a perfect couple. His pupils suddenly contracted. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that his heart was deeply hurt by this scene. It was as if years of nightmares had finally come true. He almost wanted to pinch himself to see if he was dreaming or if it was a living reality. Song Jinning said bluntly, "General Hua is here at the right time. I have something to settle with you." If a woman spoke in such a tone, it meant that she was looking for trouble. Huo Guanqin knew Song Jinning very well, so his mood couldn't help but improve. She could still lose her temper at him, so it wasn't like she didn't have any feelings for him at all, right? He nodded and walked in. The guards and personal secretary didn't follow him in. Instead, they stood guard at the door. The chief was obviously here to deal with family matters, so they didn't want to go in. After Huo Guanqin came in, he quickly sized up the layout of the room. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Jin poked his head out of his room and asked, "Who is it? Are you here for dinner?" It was indeed time to get off work to cook dinner. Lu Yuan had just been in the kitchen discussing what to eat today with Lu Jin. Although Lu Jin didn't know how to cook, he was still very knowledgeable about what to eat. Huo Guanqin didn't mind Lu Jin's tone, but he was a little surprised to see that he was familiar with the place. He turned to look at Song Jinning and said, "You're treating President Lu and Professor Lu to dinner today?" Song Jinning smiled and said frankly, "They're the ones treating me to dinner, not the other way around. But this is your house. If they're treating you to dinner, shouldn't you go to their house? Or go out to a restaurant or a hotel. Huo Guanqin felt even worse. He had to come to Song Jinning's house to treat her to dinner. How thick-skinned was Lu Yuan? But they live here. Song Jinning sat down as if nothing had happened. Of course I have to treat them to dinner here. What did you say? Huo Guanqin felt like his high blood pressure was about to explode. He pointed at Lu Yuan and glared at Song Jinning. Why are they staying at your house? Don't they have their own place to live? Huo Guanqin knew that Lu Yuan and Lu Jin lived in this neighborhood, and Gun Yinji had provided them with 2 houses. Why didn't they live in Gun Yinji's house, but Song Jinning's? No wonder he could coax someone like Song Jinning into thinking about remarrying. It was really the case of a strong woman is afraid of a pestering man. Song Jinning raised an eyebrow. Their house is being renovated, so they don't have a place to live. I have a big place and a lot of rooms here, so I'll let them stay for a few days. What's wrong? She crossed her arms and said unhappily, Besides, what does this have to do with you, Chief Hua? I make the decisions about my room. Don't be too shameless. Huo Guanqin finally understood Lu Yuan's trickery. He was angry and regretful. He snapped, What nonsense! You're a single, divorced woman. If others find out that you're letting 2 men live in your house, do you still want your reputation? Without waiting for Song Jinning to retort, he continued, Even if you don't think about your own reputation, you have to think about Xiaoying's. How old is he? If you still want to remarry, are you going to give him a younger brother or sister who's more than 30 years younger? Song Jinning hadn't thought about having children yet. When Huo Guanqin said this, her face darkened. She said coldly, Even Xiaoying isn't against it. Who do you think you are? You're also against me? How many times have I said it? Chief Hua, we're already divorced. If you continue to pester me like this, I'm going to apply to the court for a restraining order. Lu Yuan sat next to Song Jinning and put his arm around her shoulder. He said to Huo Guanqin, Chief Hua, if I remember correctly, you divorced Jinning when she was seriously ill and established a relationship with Bai Jini. You even got engaged to her 2 years ago. If it weren't for Bai Jini's murder case, you would have married her according to normal procedures, wouldn't you? If you can remarry, why can't Jinning? Lu Yuan asked in return. Huo Guanqin suppressed his anger and took a deep breath. How could it be the same? I can remarry, but she can't. This was today's 3rd update, Chapter 2067, I Can, She Can't. Today was Monday, right? Recommendation votes are very important. I'm looking for recommendation votes in the 3rd session. Chapter 2079. She wanted to get rid of me so that she could be with you, the rich husband in her eyes. Song Jinning glared at Huo Guanqin. Her beautiful willowy eyes were filled with anger. Do you know that I'm disgusting? She treats trash like a treasure and even wants to use me as an imaginary enemy. I'm about to throw up my dinner from last night. How can you look at me like that? Huo Guanqin felt as if someone had stabbed a poisonous thorn in his heart. His facial features were almost distorted. Be reasonable. In order to find the mastermind for the greater goal, can't you be a little aggrieved? No. Before Song Jinning could speak, Lu Yuan had already spoken first. You have your own plan, and you have no right to drag others into it. According to our disciplinary rules, you've already violated the rules. It's best if you write a self-reflection and explain the whole story to the organization. I hope the organization can be lenient. Lu Yuan hated Huo Guanqin's act of using Song Jinning as a cover. You're really ruthless. Even I'm ashamed of my inferiority. When they were on a mission on the secret front, they never used innocent people as bait, nor would they let innocent people take the blame. He didn't expect Huo Guanqin to be so unscrupulous to achieve his goal. Lu Yuan's expression was extremely cold. He looked at Huo Guanqin indifferently, but it was as if there was a heavy weight pressing down on him, making him unable to breathe. Ever since he was young, this brother of his, who was unattainable in his heart, had made him angry, and in pain, was a very special existence in his heart. However, Huo Guanqin hadn't been the director of the political department in the military for so many years for nothing. He quickly recovered and said with a normal expression, In order to achieve great things, I don't care about trifles. I've already written a report to the organization. I didn't break any rules. Lu Yuan, you haven't been back for many years, so you might not know that many of our rules have changed. No matter how it changes, the purpose of our army cannot be changed. If it changes, our army will completely change, Lu Yuan said lightly and put his hands behind his back. S3. He looked really scary when he was serious. Song Jining thought quietly and rubbed the hand that had held Lu Yuan's hand behind her back. Her palm was sweaty just now. She didn't know if Lu Yuan noticed. You don't have to worry about that. Huo Guanchen planned to leave with his military cap in hand. He said coldly, I don't care how many boyfriends you have, but don't even think about remarrying. Stop right there. Song Jining was furious. You can't leave without making things clear. She hadn't expected Huo Guanchen to be so stubborn after all that she had said. Song Jining was fuming when Lu Jin walked out of the room with drooping eyelids and an unhappy expression on his face. He drawled, Why aren't you done yet? Are you trying to starve me to death? Song Jining was furious. Chief Wood doesn't allow me to remarry. There's no food for me today. Lu Jin perked up and rolled up his sleeves. What? If he doesn't allow you to remarry, I won't have food to eat? Who said that? Lu Yuan glanced at him indifferently. Jinning's meaning is my meaning. Lu Jin had no choice but to glare at Lu Yuan. He knew that Lu Yuan was using him as a gun. Lu Yuan rarely revealed a pleading expression. There were some things that a person of his status couldn't do, so he could only ask Lu Jin for help. Lu Jin also understood this logic. Since Boss Lu was in trouble, as a brother, he would definitely help him to the end and help him to the end. He turned to stare at Huo Guanchen and said to Song Jining, You won't get married just because he said so? Is there any law left? Believe me, Chief Huo really does what he says. Song Jining snorted. She still had some understanding of Huo Guanchen's abilities. Lu Yuan smiled bitterly at Lu Jin and said, Because Jining has worked with the military so many times in secret experiments, she's no longer a free scientist. All of her social relationships, including her future marriage, will be reviewed by the military's political department. If Chief Huo doesn't approve it, she really won't be able to marry me. Lu Jin thought for a moment and asked Song Jining, It's so troublesome. Do you still want to get married? Song Jining was actually very stubborn. Once she made up her mind, she wouldn't turn back. Song Jining held Lu Yuan's arm and said, Since I've decided to marry Lu Yuan, I have to get married no matter how difficult it is. S3, Huo Guanchen chuckled. You can try. He also reminded her, If you're not convinced, you can go to General G. Song Jining thought of Hua Xiaoheng and hesitated. She was no longer a young girl without any worries, but a mature woman and a mother at the same time. It would be too embarrassing for General G to go to him. Huo Guanchen was shameless, but she and Xiaoheng were. Song Jining frowned awkwardly. Lu Jin snorted and said disdainfully, It's not a big deal. Why are you so worried? How can I not be worried? Song Jining also smiled bitterly. Professor Lu, you don't know the power of the political review. Why don't I know? Lu Jin sneered and shook his head. Since he won't pass your political review, then get someone else to do it. Lu Jin stared at Huo Guanchen and said seriously, I think you've reached the end of your career as the director of the political department. Do you believe that I won't let you do the job of political review? Huo Guanchen's expression changed drastically. What do you want to do? Don't forget that your daughter, Nianji, is going to marry my son. She still wants to enter the Huo family after offending me. My daughter, Nianji, is going to marry Boss Lu's stepson in the future. Maybe she'll change her surname to Lu in the future. What does it have to do with you? Lu Jin was best at stabbing people in the heart. This time, it was a fatal blow. Huo Guanchen dead. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 2068. If you don't get married, you won't be able to eat. There were 2 updates today. At 8:30 p.m., the second update. Chapter 2080. Although Huo Guanchen thought so, he knew that he couldn't say it out loud. He looked at Song Jining and changed the topic. His tone was especially sincere as he said, On Ning, I know you. When we were husband and wife, the most important thing in your heart was your research work, followed by our son Xiaoheng, and then me. I completely understand, and I have no complaints at all. Later, we got divorced. You simply made the laboratory your home and devoted yourself to your work. I think that's very good. As Hua Guanchen spoke, he glanced at Lu Yuan, intentionally or unintentionally. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, was able to control himself. His expression was very calm and completely unmoved. Hua Guanchen sneered in his heart and continued, "On Ning, now that you're divorced from me, you do have the freedom to date a new boyfriend. I won't stop you, but I'll help you check. Although you're extremely smart, you still have too little experience in relationships. Be careful not to be deceived by someone with ulterior motives." The corners of Song Jinning's mouth twitched. "Thank you, Chief Hua. Although I didn't have good taste and recognized the wrong person, I don't want to blame you because I have to bear most of the responsibility. So, for Xiaoying's sake, we'll forget about that debt." No matter how experienced Hua Guanchen was, he couldn't help but blush. He quickly glanced at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was still smiling gently, and he couldn't tell how deep he was. Hua Guanchen felt even more depressed. He pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Song Jinning continued, "But other than that, Chief Hua, you owe me too much." Hua Guanchen was stunned. "I owe you? When did I owe you? You don't owe me." Song Jinning raised an eyebrow. "You divorced me when I was seriously ill and had no self-consciousness. Then you left me in by Jeannie's hands and let her and Luo Jialan abuse me. How should we settle this debt?" Hua Guanchen couldn't help taking a step back and said, "I didn't know that Bai Jini and Luo Jialan would do this. If I really didn't want to care about you, I could just send you away after the divorce and let you fend for yourself. Don't you want to? But your mother doesn't agree." Song Jinning snorted. "If Nianji hadn't discovered my abnormality, I would have been dead by now. Chief wouldn't have needed to worry about whether I would remarry." Lu Yuan's expression gradually turned solemn. He had heard these things from Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji before, but he had never heard it from Song Jinning herself. Hua Guanchen clenched his fists and suppressed his anger. "I've been looking for a way to cure you, and I've been investigating the truth behind the failed experiment. You've seen it this time. My plan worked. The mastermind from 18 years ago has revealed himself again. Ning, don't you care at all?" Song Jinning held Lu Yuan's hand and looked at Hua Guanchen coldly. "This is the third debt I want to settle with you." After a pause, Song Jinning raised her head and choked back the sobs in her throat. "If you want to find out the truth, it's fine if you use yourself as bait, but why did you lure Gua Huaning, that lunatic, to set everything on fire? Do you know why I almost lost my life this time? It's because she sees me as a thorn in her side and insists on getting rid of me so that she can be with you, her rich husband." Song Jinning glared at Hua Guanchen. Her gentle, willowy eyes were filled with anger. "Do you know that I'm disgusting? She treats trash like treasure and even wants to use me as an imaginary enemy. I'm about to throw up my dinner from last night. How can you look at me like that?" Hua Guanchen felt as if someone had stabbed a poisonous thorn in his heart. His facial features were almost twisted. "Be reasonable. In order to find a mastermind for the sake of a bigger goal, can't you suffer a little?" "No." Before Song Jinning could speak, Lu Yuan had already spoken first. "Your own plan has no right to drag others into it. According to our disciplinary rules, you've already violated the rules. It's best if you write a self-reflection and explain the whole story to the organization. I hope the organization can be lenient." Lu Yuan hated Hua Guanchen's act of using Song Jinning as a cover. "You're really ruthless. Even I'm ashamed of my inferiority. When they were on a mission on the secret front, they never used innocent people as bait, nor would they let innocent people take the blame." He didn't expect Hua Guanchen to be so unscrupulous to achieve his goal. Lu Yuan's expression was extremely cold. He looked at Hua Guanchen indifferently, but it was as if there was a heavy weight pressing down on him, making him unable to breathe. Ever since he was young, this brother of his, who was unattainable in his heart, had made him miss, angry, and in pain, was a very special existence in his heart. However, Hua Guanchen hadn't been the director of the political department in the military for so many years for nothing. He quickly recovered and said with a normal expression, "In order to achieve great things, I don't care about trifles. I've already written a report to the organization. I didn't break any rules. Lu Yuan, you haven't been back for many years, so you might not know that many of our rules have changed. No matter how it changes, the purpose of our army cannot be changed. If it changes, our army will completely change, Lu Yuan said lightly and put his hand behind his back. S3. He looked really scary when he was serious. Song Jining thought quietly and rubbed the hand that had held Lu Yuan's hand behind her back. Her palm was sweaty just now. She didn't know if Lu Yuan had noticed. You don't have to worry about that. Huo Guanqin planned to leave. He held his military cap in his hand and said coldly to Song Jining, I don't care how many boyfriends you have, but don't even think about remarrying. Stop right there. Song Jining was furious. You can't leave until you've made yourself clear. She didn't expect Huo Guanqin to be so stubborn after talking for so long. Song Jining was furious when Lu Jin walked out of the room with drooping eyelids and an unhappy expression. He drawled, Why aren't you done yet? Are you trying to starve me to death? Song Jining was furious and said angrily, Chief Huo doesn't allow me to remarry. There's no food to eat today. Lu Jin perked up and rolled up his sleeves. What? If he doesn't allow you to remarry, I won't have food to eat. Who said that? Lu Yuan glanced at him indifferently. Jinning's meaning is my meaning. Lu Jin had no choice but to glare at Lu Yuan. He knew that Lu Yuan was using him as a gun. Lu Yuan rarely showed a pleading expression. There were some things that a person of his status couldn't do, so he could only ask Lu Jin for help. Lu Jin also understood this logic. Since Boss Lu was in trouble, as a brother, he would definitely help him to the end and help him to the end. He turned to stare at Huo Guanqin and said to Song Jining, He said he won't let you get married. So you won't let you get married? Is there any law left? Believe me, Chief Huo really does what he says. Song Jining snorted. She still had some understanding of Huo Guanqin's abilities. Lu Yuan smiled bitterly at Lu Jin and said, Because Jining has worked with the military so many times in secret experiments, she's no longer a free scientist. All of her social relationships, including her future marriage, will be reviewed by the military's political department. If Chief Huo doesn't approve it, she really won't be able to marry me. Lu Jin thought for a moment and asked Song Jining, It's so troublesome. Do you still want to get married? Song Jining was actually a very stubborn person. Once she made up her mind, she wouldn't turn back. Song Jining held Lu Yuan's arm and said, Since I've decided to marry Lu Yuan, I have to get married no matter how difficult it is. S3. Huo Guanqin chuckled. You could try. He even reminded her, If you're not convinced, you can go to General G. Song Jining thought of Hui Xiaoheng and hesitated. She was no longer a young girl without any worries, but a mature woman and a mother at the same time. It would be too embarrassing for General G to go to him. Huo Guanqin was shameless, but she and Xiaoheng were. Song Jining frowned awkwardly. Lu Jin snorted and said disdainfully, It's not a big deal. Why are you so worried? How can I not be worried? Song Jining smiled bitterly. Professor Lu, you don't know the power of the political review. Why don't I know? Lu Jin sneered and shook his head. Since he won't pass your background check, then get someone else to do it. Lu Jin stared at Huo Guanqin and said seriously, I think you've reached the end of your career as the director of the political department. Do you believe that I'll make it impossible for you to do the political review? Huo Guanqin's expression changed. What do you want? Don't forget, your daughter Nianji is going to marry my son. After offending me, she still wants to enter the whole family. My daughter, Nianji, is going to marry Boss Lu's stepson in the future. Maybe he'll change his surname to Lu. What does that have to do with you? Lu Jin was best at stabbing people in the heart. This time, the stab was fatal. Huo Guanqin was dead. This is today's first chapter, Chapter 2068, No Rice If You Don't Get Married. It's 2 o'clock today, at 8:30 p.m. the next night. Chapter 2081. You still want Xiaoheng to change his surname? Huo Guanqin's anger was all directed at Song Jining. He was no longer as calm as before. His hands were clenched into fists, and the veins on the back of his hands were bulging. It was obvious that he was extremely angry. Not only did you embarrass yourself, but you also want Xiaohing to embarrass himself. His career will definitely be ruined by you. Changing his surname makes you so angry? Lu Jin looked at Huo Guanqin as if he was an idiot. You took me seriously? Do you think Xiaohong will let others manipulate him? He doesn't even know what kind of person his son is, and he still wants to interfere with his ex-wife's freedom of marriage. His IQ is really worrying. This was another knife. Huo Guanqin felt like he had been killed twice today. His face was livid, and his lips were trembling. He turned around and left in a huff. However, Lu Jin recklessly said loudly behind him, "General Hua, I'm not joking about the background check. Just you wait." Huo Guanqin thought to himself, "I want to see how you can stop me from going through the background check." After Huo Guanqin left, Lu Yuan and Song Jining looked at Lu Jin without saying a word. Lu Jin had been very happy to talk big against Huo Guanqin just now, but now that the two of them were looking at him, he felt a little guilty. He shrunk his neck and chuckled. When is dinner? I'm so hungry that I can't speak." Lu Yuan knew his personality. He shook his head and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Song Jining looked at him hesitantly. She also wanted to beg him. Lu Jin had no choice but to use his brain. He scratched his head and said, I'll go take a look at your department's regulations and see if there's anything I can do." With that, he went back to his room and turned on his computer to search. He found a lot of information about the background check of marriage applications, as well as the relevant regulations, policies, and the department's workflow. He studied it carefully. There were simply too many regulations, and almost all aspects were included. However, it was much simpler than the professional literature that Lu Jin had read before. He read almost 10 lines at a glance. He had a good memory and a strong understanding, so he quickly became an expert in the background check. By the time Lu Yuan finished cooking dinner and called him over to eat, he was already confident and felt that he was worthy of the meals Lu Yuan had cooked for him for so many years. Returning to the dining table and sitting down, Lu Jin smiled at Song Jining, who was obviously not in high spirits. "Director Song, how could you be intimidated by that person?" "What do you mean by intimidate?" Song Jining couldn't eat anymore, mostly because she was angry at Huo Guanqin. "Why can he do it, but I can't? Or why does he have to block my marriage application?" Lu Jin looked at Song Jining and asked her seriously, "Director Song, is it because you were provoked by Huo Guanqin that you started having reverse psychology? Or is it because you really want to marry Boss Lu?" Song Jining looked at him in surprise and said, "Why do you ask? Is there a logical relationship between the two? I want to marry him. I am willing to marry him. That is enough." "No, this is not enough." Lu Jin was actually an experienced person. He could empathize with Lu Yuan's mentality just by thinking about his own mentality towards Qin Suan. He looked at Song Jining with a serious expression. "If you've just been provoked by Huo Guanqin to the point of rebelling and insist on marrying someone, then I have nothing to help you with. You can go and mess with Huo Guanqin yourself. If you cause a ruckus, maybe the two of you will rekindle your old feelings and get married again." "What did you say?" Song Jining was also angry. She thought to herself that Lu Jin's reputation as a patient with severe interpersonal disorder was not just for show. He was simply a human-shaped weapon of mass destruction that attacked indiscriminately. Lu Yuan couldn't bear to see this and said, "Jining, don't be angry. Professor Lu's words are especially sharp when he's hungry. Just eat your fill." Lu Jin felt that something was wrong with these words. It was as if he was saying that he was a good-for-nothing. He glared at Lu Yuan and tapped the bowl with his chopsticks. "I'm speaking up for you. Boss Lu, if you don't understand, then don't get involved." Lu Yuan didn't say anything. He thought to himself that since he knew so much, he would only be able to secretly love Qin Suan for the rest of his life. But no matter what, Lu Yuan thought that Lu Jin could still have a biological daughter with Qin Suan. Moreover, Nianji was so smart and cute, so he felt that his life had not been in vain. Lu Jin turned to Song Jining and asked, "If you really like Boss Lu and want to marry Boss Lu, then I'll help you." Song Jining understood what he meant. She tilted her head and analyzed her thoughts. She nodded and said, "Although Huo Guanqin makes me very angry, I'm more afraid. I'm worried that I won't be able to marry Lu Yuan because of him." She turned to look at Lu Yuan, who was sitting beside her, and held his hand. she said with a smile. I sincerely want to be your wife. I don't know if I'll be lucky enough to do so. Lu Yuan's heart was filled with excitement. He didn't care about Lu Jin's presence. He turned around and hugged her. He said hoarsely, "It doesn't matter if we don't get married, as long as we're together." At that moment, he really felt that it was fine not to get married. However, Lu Jin was unhappy. He drawled out his voice and said angrily, "It's fine if you guys don't get married now. Then why did you guys go through all that trouble before? Are you guys messing with me?" Lu Yuan said sincerely, "I'm not messing with you. I just don't want to give you too many problems. You have enough on your own. You're so amazing. So you should focus your energy on scientific research. You shouldn't worry about trivial family matters like us." TSK. Lu Jin snorted. "You make it sound like I can't do scientific research just because I'm meddling in other people's business. Does it have anything to do with anything?" He pointed at his nose. "I have so much IQ that I have nowhere to put it. Let me tell you, it's not bad to occasionally compete with people like Hua Guanchen in terms of wits and courage, and it can also increase my literacy in the humanities. Don't think that people who study science can't understand those official documents. I'm going to use my scientific thinking to analyze the official documents and teach him a lesson in minutes." Judging from his tone, it seemed like he had really found something amazing. Lu Yuan and Song Jining looked at each other and said in unison, "I'd like to hear more." Lu Jin smiled. He wanted to keep her in suspense, but he remembered that it was really not easy for the two of them. They had been separated for 18 years, but they were still together in the end. He would help them achieve their dreams. It could be considered as accumulating merit for his girl. He looked at Lu Yuan and said, "First, when you become my girl's father-in-law, remember to treat my girl better. You can't just protect Hua Xiaoheng when something happens." "Of course." Song Jining was surprised. "I've always felt sorry for Nianji. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about him." Lu Jin stared at Lu Yuan and asked persistently. Lu Yuan nodded slowly. "I love Nianji very much too. Now, for your sake, I treat her as my own daughter. That's more like it." Lu Jin nodded in satisfaction. He trusted Boss Lu's character. Every word that Boss Lu spoke was worth 1,000 taels of gold. Lu Jin took out the summary of the information he had just done and said, "Look, these are the terms of marriage in your country. It's not a lot, but there are hundreds of pages of rules and regulations." Lu Yuan, Song Jining, the corners of their mouths twitched, but they didn't say anything to interrupt Lu Jin. Lu Jin continued, "I've read so much and found a problem. Actually, the political review of marriage also has to avoid arousing suspicion. Asking related parties to avoid arousing suspicion was suggested by the applicant. We will ignore it if we don't sue." Lu Yuan smiled when he said, "avoid arousing suspicion," because he already understood what Lu Jin meant. Song Jining didn't know as much about this as Lu Yuan. She asked curiously, "What do you mean avoid arousing suspicion? You mean Hua Guanchen?" "Yes." Lu Jin pointed at a hidden clause that he had painstakingly found and said, "You and Hua Guanchen are divorced. Originally, you weren't related, but because you have a common son, Hua Xiaoheng, and he holds a high position, from this point of view, Hua Guanchen is inseparable from you. He's a special related person. If you mention avoid arousing suspicion, he won't be able to interfere with your marriage review. We can apply for someone else to do the review. Hua Guanchen should avoid arousing suspicion." She added, "This clause is very hidden and very few people have used it. It falls under the category of ignore arousing suspicion." At this point, Lu Jin said cunningly, "Then we can remind the person who will take over the political review in advance not to be affected by Hua Guanchen. If he rejects your application because of this, we will file an administrative lawsuit and let the court decide if he colluded with Hua Guanchen to seek personal gain." Lu Yuan smiled and nodded. "That's the principle. Even if the court can't convict him, the career of a person who goes to the administrative court will end. The person who can take over Hua Guanchen's political review shouldn't ruin his career just to cater to Hua Guanchen's selfishness. The reason why they dared to do this was because they didn't break any rules. They were firm without desires." "Huh, that works. I've learned." Lu Jin cupped his hands. He really didn't know that people who went to the administrative court could no longer be promoted. They might even lose their original positions, even if the court ruled that there was no responsibility. This was a tacit move that could not be found in any of the laws and regulations. Therefore, it was reasonable that Lu Jin didn't know, but it was enough for Lu Yuan to understand. He smiled at Lu Jin and picked up his chopsticks. "Let's eat." Hua Guanchen rushed home angrily. He didn't eat dinner and didn't sleep for almost the entire night. The next day, he went to his office and personally found Song Jinning's marriage application. He read it word by word. In his position, he actually wouldn't personally manage trivial matters like marriage applications and political review, but if he wanted to, he could still manage it. This was the power of a county official being inferior to a local official. He pursed his lips and read the entire application without saying a word. Just as he was about to give his approval, a colleague of the same rank knocked on the door and said with a smile, "General Hua, Director Song has applied for an associated person to avoid suspicion. Her marriage application is now being taken over by me." This was the second update of the day. Chapter 2069, Too Much IQ to Put It Anywhere. There were 2 updates today. Remind everyone of the recommendation votes and monthly votes. Chapter 2082. Hua Guanchen didn't come back to his senses for a long time. He stared blankly at his colleague. After a while, he tilted his head and asked, "What did you say? Did I hear you correctly?" The man smiled and walked up to Hua Xiaoheng slowly. He picked up the marriage application from Hua Xiaoheng's desk and repeated, "General Hua, you heard me right. Director Song has applied for an associated person to avoid suspicion. Her marriage application is now being taken over by me." He flipped through it casually and made sure that there were no missing pages in the application. Hua Guanchen didn't have time to comment on it, so he breathed a sigh of relief. He put the application into his briefcase, nodded at Hua Guanchen, and turned to leave. Hua Guanchen came back to his senses and grabbed his hand. He said in a low voice, "Wait, what's going on? What associated person to avoid suspicion? Why haven't I heard of it before?" The man smiled and said, "General Hua, even I, who has been reviewing marriage applications all year round, have never heard of it. But my secretary checked the information and found that there was indeed such a clause. However, it was very secretive and there were many conditions and restrictions." As he spoke, he pushed Hua Guanchen's hand away without leaving a trace. He patted his briefcase and said, "Actually, most of the people who can come to us for a political review won't involve an associated person to avoid suspicion. This time, Director Song is the most special of the special." Hua Guanchen's face turned cold, and he said in a low voice, "Where did this come from? Director Song and I divorced many years ago. How could there be an associated person? Could it be that he quoted the wrong clause?" "I don't think so." The man shrugged and said frankly, "I've seen it. Director Song wrote it very clearly on the application. It's mainly because your son, Major General Hua, is too powerful. His rank determines that even if you two get divorced, you'll still be permanently associated. So, you have to avoid suspicion when it comes to anything related to her. Similarly, Director Song has to avoid suspicion when it comes to anything related to you." Hua Guanchen's heart turned cold when he heard this. He knew very well that it must have been Lu Jin's doing for such a hidden clause to be dug out and used on him. Yesterday, Lu Jin had said that he wanted to change people for a political review. So this was how it was to change people. In order to avoid suspicion, he had to change people. And Song Jinning probably couldn't wait to avoid arousing suspicion, right? Song Jinning wouldn't even bat an eyelid when it came to anything related to him. Hua Guanchen's heart was filled with bitterness and bitterness. He was practically paralyzed in his seat. His expression was stiff, and he didn't even move his eyes. The man chuckled and finally left with his briefcase. Hua Guanchen narrowed his eyes as he watched the man leave. After the man walked away, Hua Guanchen's personal secretary walked over and whispered, "Chief, why don't you ask him to do you a favor?" This was not a major event that concerned the national economy and the people's livelihood, so it was understandable for him to make things convenient for them. However, Guangchen shook his head with a dark look in his eyes. Song Jining had chosen this person to take over Song Jining's marriage application after careful consideration. This was because this person was 10 years younger than Guangchen. Although he was now a lieutenant general, he already held the same position as Guangchen. In time, this person would become his most powerful opponent. Since there was such a competitive relationship, it was obvious that even if this person was willing to do Guangchen a favor, Guangchen would never beg him. Because the moment he opened his mouth, he would be giving the other party a huge leverage. Wouldn't he have to obediently give up his position in the future? Guangchen would never do that no matter what, even if it was for Song Jining. Guangchen knew him so well and the entire department structure. Guangchen subconsciously felt that this must have been his big brother's doing. Lu Jin had found the terms, and Lu Yuan had chosen the replacement person. What a pair of brothers in hardship. Guangchen sneered and threw his pen away. He stood up abruptly and said with a livid face, "How's the interrogation going over there? I want to take a look for myself." His personal secretary quickly said, "Kevin's side is more troublesome. His family in the United States seems to have hired a very powerful lawyer for him. He's expected to arrive in the capital after the new year. Kevin said that he won't say a word until his lawyer arrives." Guangchen suddenly looked at his personal secretary. "If he doesn't say anything, you won't ask? Since when did you guys only have such tricks up your sleeves?" Guangchen's personal secretary smiled bitterly and lowered his head. To tell you the truth, his company, Carlyle International Investment Company Limited, is spreading the news that their foreign employee has disappeared for no reason. They're contacting the media to publicize Kevin's whereabouts and give them an explanation. Huh, they're quite arrogant. Guangchen vented all his anger on Kevin and his group. He thought about it. If it weren't for Kevin and his group, why would he have deliberately misled Guahuaning? If it weren't for them, he and Song Jining wouldn't have reached such an irreversible state today. He put on his military cap and angrily went to watch the interrogation. After the examiner was changed, Song Jining's marriage application was approved in only half a day. Lu Yuan was even faster. He directly took it to General Ji to sign and seal it. He didn't accept any refutation at all. When General Ji saw that the person he was applying for marriage was Song Jining, he was stunned speechless for a long time. Lu Yuan waited for a while, but didn't get a response from General Ji. He simply stuffed the pen into General Ji's hand, held his hand, and asked him to sign it. Then, he stamped General Ji's seal. When the procedures were completed, General Ji came back to his senses and scolded him jokingly. Lu Yuan, you're already so old, yet you're still doing such a thing." Lu Yuan smiled. "General Ji, I have no choice. I've already missed it for more than 30 years. I can't continue to make mistakes." When General Ji heard that there was a story here, he wished he could hand Lu Yuan a microphone and let him tell his story. Of course, Lu Yuan ignored General Ji's bad taste. He calmly took the marriage application that had been signed and stamped. After going to the organization department to register, he returned to Song Jining's apartment. Song Jining hadn't returned yet, so Lu Jin was the only one in his room tinkering with his weather weapon control system. Lu Yuan came to his door and knocked on it. He said with a smile, "Professor Lu, how's the preparation for your personal laboratory?" "Soon," Lu Jin said without turning his head. "Where's your marriage application? Has it been approved?" "It's been approved." Lu Yuan raised the application document, and the paper rattled. Lu Jin smiled and raised his hand to snap it. "Awesome, Boss Lu. Let's get ready for our wedding night." Lu Yuan, he knew that nothing good would come out of Dog's mouth. But when he turned around and left, the corners of his lips couldn't help but curl up. The night of our wedding night. That must be a very beautiful night. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 2070, Pretty Arrogant. There were 2 updates today. At 8:30 p.m. the next day. P.S. It's the end of the month. Hurry up and vote for it. Chapter 2083. In the afternoon, Song Jining's marriage application was approved and sent back to Song Jining's office at the Institute of High Energy Physics. She was so happy that she excitedly took the marriage application and spun around the empty office several times. She even struck a few classic ballet poses. When she came out of the office, a smile was on her face, and her eyes were astonishingly bright. She was already beautiful even in white and plain clothes. Now that she was in a good mood, her beauty radiated from the inside out, as if it was glowing. Everyone who saw her would be firmly attracted to her, and their eyes would not be able to see anything else. It was a long time after she left that everyone could wake up from their days and start gossiping. Did Director Song have some good news? I was stunned just now. How can someone be so beautiful? This is no longer so beautiful that she has no friends. She's so beautiful that you forget to breathe. Good Lord Lonely Dong. I know how those incapable emperors felt back then, who didn't hesitate to set fire to the vassal for the sake of a beauty smile. Right? We just don't have the right to be the emperor. If I really became the emperor, I would definitely be an incapable emperor for the sake of Director Song's smile. On this day, everyone in the Institute of High Energy Physics who saw Song Jining expressed that Director Song's beauty had gone up another level. Although everyone knew her age, seeing that she was so young, someone had once secretly spread rumors that Song Jining had undergone plastic surgery. However, her appearance, figure, and even expression were too natural. There were no signs of plastic surgery at all. She was completely different from those plastic surgery faces that would collapse in 2 or 3 years. After today, everyone realized that she was beautiful. This kind of beauty had nothing to do with age. Back at her apartment, Song Jining saw Lu Yuan sitting in the living room reading a magazine as soon as she entered. Hearing the sound of someone coming in, Lu Yuan raised his head. When he saw Song Jining's bright and dazzling smile, Lu Yuan felt like he had forgotten to breathe for a moment. After a while, he stood up and his voice was even lower. "You're back. Why are you back so early today? Aren't you waiting for me to pick you up?" Song Jining waved her marriage application at him and said with a smile, "My application was approved. I didn't expect it to be so fast. I brought it back for you to see. I didn't believe it was true." "That's really fast." Lu Yuan smiled reservedly. He stood up and walked to Song Jining's side. He helped her take off her coat and hung it on the coat hook at the entrance. As he did so, he held her hand and glanced at the application report. At a glance, the signatures, comments, and official seals were all present. It was a valid document. This kind of application report was usually made in triplicate. After the approval, the applicant, the person who approved the report, and the organization's reference room would keep one copy. The application report in Song Jining's hand belonged to the applicant. "Then let's go register," Song Jining said with sparkling eyes. Her eyes were so bright that Lu Yuan nodded as if he had been bewitched. "Okay." After saying that, she felt that it was inappropriate and added, "Let's register first, then we'll prepare for the wedding." Song Jining smiled and said, "Yes, but it doesn't have to be too big. We just need to have a meal with our close relatives and friends." She didn't want a wedding that was too big. Firstly, they were of different ages, and their state of mind was different as well. Besides, her and Hua Guanshin's wedding had been very grand back then. There had been 1,000 tables and thousands of guests. So what? In the end, it still ended tragically. Lu Yuan understood her intentions. Moreover, he didn't attend Song Jining and Hua Guanshin's wedding back then. At that time, he just happened to be out on a mission. Only he knew that it wasn't just happened, but that he did it on purpose because he didn't want to see his sweetheart get married. When he went home to face reality, it was after Song Jining and Hua Guanshin's son, Xiaoheng, was born. At that time, he was out on a mission. Because he was absent-minded, he was almost shot to death. It was his comrade who protected him and sacrificed his life for him. That comrade's fiancée was Luo Xinxue, who was already pregnant at that time. In that era, if a woman got pregnant before marriage, she would really be ridiculed by others until she committed suicide. He had been entrusted by his comrade to take care of Luo Xinxue in her next life. In addition, his parents and the organization hoped that he could get married and have children as soon as possible and settle down, which would also help his future career. Back then, he wasn't young anymore, But in this life, he had never planned to let any other woman be his wife other than Song Jining. Although he had registered his marriage with Luo Xinxue, it wasn't a real marriage. From beginning to end, he hadn't even touched Luo Xinxue's finger. The two of them had agreed that he would protect her and she would have a proper name to give birth to a child. After they got married, he brought her to the Hua family, and she gave birth to his comrade's posthumous daughter, Luo Jialan. Then came the big explosion of the failed experiment, which changed his life, Song Jining and Luo Xinxue's lives, and even Luo Jialan's life. Lu Yuan looked at Song Jining, and bits and pieces of what had happened over the years flashed through his mind. He held her in his arms and said, "Let's go register now." He turned around and called out to Lu Jin, "Professor Lu, do you want to be a witness to our marriage registration?" Lu Jin's room was silent for a moment. Then there was a crackling sound. Lu Yuan and Song Jining were both puzzled. They were about to walk over to take a look when Lu Jin had already rushed out of the room. He rubbed one of his knees and said, "What did you say? Boss Lu, are you crazy about getting married?" Song Jining laughed. This news was quite surprising, but it was really better to go today than to pick the day. There were still a few hours before the marriage registration office closed anyway. Lu Yuan asked Lu Jin, "Do you want to be a witness? If not, I'll find someone else." "Of course," Lu Jin shouted. "I also have to call my girl and Xiaoheng. In addition to a witness, you also have to have a witness. Otherwise, the marriage registration would be incomplete." Lu Yuan nodded. "Then call Nianji and Xiaoheng." Song Jining looked at her watch and hesitated. "Nianji and Xiaoheng are at work right now. Is that okay? What's wrong with that?" Lu Jin glared at her. "Today is the day of Boss Lu's marriage registration. Those two have to come even if they skip work." Lu Yuan smiled and teased. "Your official documents are really good. You even know about the full attendance award." Lu Jin rolled his eyes. "In your eyes, I'm a good-for-nothing and a scientific idiot, right? How would I dare?" Lu Yuan bowed slightly in a graceful manner. His demeanor made Song Jining's heart skip a few beats. She couldn't help tiptoeing and kissed Lu Yuan on the cheek. She smiled and said, "Why do I like you so much?" Lu Jin covered his eyes and screamed, I'm blind. Miss Song, you're showing off your love. I'm telling you." This was today's second update, Chapter 2071, Showing Off Your Love, I'm Showing Off My Love. There were 2 updates today. P.S. It's the end of the month. Hurry up and vote for it. Chapter 2084. Lu Jin was too exaggerated. Lu Yuan shook his head helplessly at Song Jining and said, "Ignore him. Great Professor Lu is good at insulting people, so he definitely won't speak nicely." "What did I say wrong?" As Lu Jin sent a message to Gun Yinji, he said unhappily, "Your show of love blinded me, and you still say you didn't show off lasers?" It wasn't even time to get off work in the afternoon, so Gun Yinji was in her office writing a work plan for next year. Hearing the sound of a text message coming in, she glanced at her phone. When he saw it, he stood up abruptly and packed his LV commuter bag in a flurry. At the same time, he replied with a voice message, "I'll go right away. Where is the marriage registration office?" Lu Jin turned on the voice. Lu Yuan and Song Jining heard it. The two of them smiled awkwardly. Song Jining said to Lu Jin, "It's in the Civil Affairs Bureau near the Institute of High Energy Physics." This was the place that the two of them had discussed when they submitted the marriage report. Lu Jin quickly sent the address to Gun Yinji and forwarded it to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng had just finished his meeting and walked out of the conference room. He was talking and laughing with Yin Shixiang and Zhao Yangze. The Special Operations Forces had gotten involved in Kevin's case, but they were investigating it overseas. From the looks of it, they had found a lot of interesting things. Today's meeting was to summarize the results of the current stage of the case and start writing a report for reference by the relevant domestic agencies. He was in a good mood. When he returned to his office, he saw that his personal phone on his desk was vibrating and several text messages popped up. He picked it up and opened it. His mind instantly went blank. Although he really hoped that his mother and uncle could be happy when the day really came, he found that his mood was very subtle. Of course, he wouldn't object, but his uncle would become a stepfather. He shouldn't think too much about it. Hua Xiaoheng's expression remained calm as he replied, "I'll be there soon." He picked up the car keys and said to Yin Shixiang and Zhao Yangzi, "I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now. If there's nothing else, you can get off work early." Yin Shixiang laughed. "Hua Xiao, are you going to spend Christmas with Ninji too?" Hua Xiaoheng froze. "Christmas? I never celebrate foreign festivals." "All right." Yin Shixiang scratched his head in embarrassment. "But it's Christmas Eve today. Chi-Chi asked me to pick her up early." Seeing Hua Xiaoheng's expression change, Yin Shixiang hurriedly said, "We're not going to celebrate Christmas. But Christmas. I'll tell Chi-Chi that we're going out for dinner." He chuckled and ran out like a wisp of smoke. Zhao Yangzi shook his head with a smile and tried to smooth things over. "Mr. Hua, Big Xiong just likes to have a party. He didn't mean anything else. He won't celebrate foreign festivals." No one in the military knew about foreign festivals. Although there were no written rules, everyone had a tacit understanding. Even if someone wanted it, they would only secretly celebrate it with their close friends and family. No one would say it out loud. Hua Xiaoheng didn't hate foreign festivals. He just wasn't interested. However, when he recalled that Christmas, he had flown overnight from Sea City to the imperial capital to pick up Gun Yinji, who had been sitting alone at the train station in the middle of the night, he still felt a surge of warmth in his heart. It was at that time that Gun Yinji saw Song Jining, who had lost her mind. 2 years had passed, and not only had Song Jining completely recovered, but she was also getting married again. He hoped that this time, the two of them could truly be happy together. The subtle emotions in Hua Xiaoheng's heart finally dissipated. He didn't ask for a driver and drove himself to the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau near the Institute of High Energy Physics. Parking the car by the side of the road, he realized he was actually early. Taking out his phone to check, he discovered that not only was Gun Yinji not here, but the two newlyweds weren't here either. Of course, the wedding witness, Professor Liu, was nowhere to be seen. He got out of the car and leaned against the door to smoke a cigarette. Recently, one incident after another occurred. Even the failed experiment from 18 years ago was finally picked up by the military from the dusty pile of old papers and reopened the investigation. Although this was a domestic matter, the appearance of Kevin, a Chinese-American citizen, meant that the related enemy might be colluding with external forces. Therefore, Hua Xiaoheng's special operations forces were justifiably involved. He had already stayed up for a few nights without sleep. His eyes weren't very bloodshot, but the corners of his eyes were a bit red. His eyes moved slightly, and he looked very charming. He wore a dark green military jacket that complemented his handsome and masculine face. It was practically a uniform seduction. Gun Yinji personally drove the car from the Senate to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Because she was anxious, she changed the gears along the way and turned a normal SUV into a Formula car. When she screeched to a stop in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau and opened the door, she saw Hua Xiaoheng standing quietly in front of her. "You exceeded the speed limit again?" Gun Yinji shrunk her neck guiltily and got out of the car with a smile. Hugging Hua Xiaoheng's arm, she said, "I didn't. I drove at a normal speed in places where there was a speed detector." "Then where there was no speed detector?" Hua Xiaoheng looked down at her and said dryly, "Are you playing word games with me?" Gun Yinji was most afraid of Hua Xiaoheng speaking to her like this. She blinked, and tears immediately welled up in her black, glassy eyes. Hua Xiaoheng patted her head. "Today is a good day for President Liu and Mrs. Song to register their marriage. Don't offend them. Otherwise, President Liu won't cook for you in the future." Gun Yinji turned her head and immediately wiped away her tears. "Then don't be so mean to me. I'm just driving. Don't worry about my skills." "It's not that I'm worried, but it's always wrong to exceed the speed limit. You're already the chief legal advisor of the Senate. Your every move is being watched." Hua Xiaoheng held her hand and walked side by side with her to the Civil Affairs Bureau. "Don't think that you can only slow down at the speed detector. Just you wait." Gun Yinji really didn't think that much. She looked at Hua Xiaoheng in surprise and said, "No way. There are people watching me 24 hours a day." It's not 24 hours, but there are definitely people watching you 8 hours a day. You're a public figure now, so you should be aware of this and be prepared to be watched at all times. What Xiaoheng said calmly, it's not just you. All the members of the Senate are the same. Countless people want to catch them by their tails so that they can pull them down in the next election. Gu Nianji pouted. I'm not from an election background. As long as Speaker Long doesn't mind, I'm not afraid of anyone. However, even though she said that, she still kept an eye out and planned to pay attention to whether there were any comments about her on the internet. When she and Hua Xiaoheng walked into the Civil Affairs Bureau side by side, she didn't notice that someone had just gotten out of a car. When he saw her and Hua Xiaoheng walking into the Civil Affairs Bureau side by side, the person's face instantly contorted. I can't believe she's really going to marry Major General Hua. Why? This was the first update of the day. Chapter 2072, Watching and Being Watched. There are 2 updates today. 8:30 p.m., the next update. P.S. It's the end of the month. Vote quickly. Chapter 2085. The woman muttering to herself wasn't very old. She was elegantly dressed and beautiful, but now her face was twisted with madness. It looked a little horrifying. The monstrous anger almost made the woman lose control of her emotions. She almost pounced on Gu Nianji, but the person behind her stopped her in time. Miss, this has nothing to do with you. Let's hurry up and pick up Miss. The assistant beside her wasn't a young person, but a middle-aged woman in her 40s, so she was much calmer. The woman took a deep breath. She still had a lot to do, so she would let Gu Nianji run wild for a while. She finally calmed down and walked to a residential area near the Civil Affairs Bureau. Although the location was good, the residential buildings were commercial buildings from the early days of the imperial capital. They looked very old now. There was no property management, and the residential buildings looked dirty and old. The residential buildings were about 8 stories high and didn't have elevators. The lighting in the corridors wasn't good, and it was very dark during the day. She took her assistant up to the 8th floor and stood in front of an old-fashioned security door that looked like an iron railing. She rang the doorbell. Not long after, a haggard woman with turbid eyes opened the security door. She looked at the 2 people in front of the door in confusion and asked, "Who are you looking for?" The young woman became excited and stepped forward to reach out to the gap in the security door. She held the hand of the haggard woman behind the door, tears streaming down her face. "Sister, it's me. I'm here to take you home." Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng didn't know about such a coincidence at all, but even if they knew, they probably wouldn't take it to heart. They'd deal with it when it came. If one came, they'd catch one. If 2 came, they'd catch both. They couldn't seal themselves off and completely cut off contact with the outside world just because they were worried about these bastards. Or would they have countless people protect and monitor them all the time just to guard against that tiny possibility? No, not only was Gu Nianji unwilling, but Hua Xiaoheng was also unwilling. He protected Gu Nianji so that she could live among the crowd like ordinary people. And excessive protection was actually a form of losing personal freedom. The 2 walked side by side into the marriage registration office of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Gu Nianji couldn't help glancing at Hua Xiaoheng. Her fingernails dug into his palm, and she said softly, "You didn't even bring me here to register." At that time, when the 2 of them had registered their marriage, it had been done in secret at the Special Operations Forces headquarters. Because of the series of conspiracies, Gu Nianji suffered a huge blow. She hated Hua Xiaoheng's behavior and decided to break up with him. However, whether it was for business or personal reasons, Hua Xiaoheng would never break up with her. He made a prompt decision and almost forced her to marry him. However, their marital status was a top secret, and only a few people knew that they were married. The whole world's memory stopped at the grand engagement ceremony of the 2 in Russia. Russian President Vladimir Putin even said that he would attend their wedding. Hua Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat when he thought about this. He couldn't care less about the fact that everyone in the hall was staring at him. He bent over to cup Gu Nianji's face and kissed her on the lips. Fortunately, they were in the hall of the marriage registration office. Everyone was there to get married, and most of them were couples who were deeply in love. Hua Xiaoheng kissed the woman next to him passionately from time to time, so it didn't seem out of place. However, this pair was so beautiful and pleasing to the eye that someone couldn't help but take out their phone to take a picture. However, before the phone could be aimed at Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji, someone suddenly walked over from the side and reached out to stop it. He said kindly, "You're not allowed to take pictures here. If you want to take pictures, please go outside." "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." The person quickly put the phone away. Not long after, another couple walked into the hall. The man was handsome, and the woman was, wow. No one knew how to describe this woman. She looked to be in her early 30s, the most mature, beautiful, and attractive age of a woman's life. Compared to when she was in her teens and 20s, she was more mature, as if she had seen through the world. However, compared to women in their 40s and 50s, she was less worldly. She had the delicate beauty of a young girl, but also the charm of a mature woman. Coupled with her beautiful facial features and elegant temperament, she was so beautiful that one would lose their soul and lose their mind at a glance. She was so beautiful, moreover, because the difference between this kind of beauty was too great, people couldn't be jealous. Just looking at it made them feel that it was beautiful. Although the man beside her looked gentle and harmless, the aura he exuded made people not dare to get within 3 feet of him. This person was undoubtedly someone who had been in a high position for many years. The two of them walked into the hall of the marriage registration office, and the entire hall suddenly fell silent. It was like a lid had been placed on a boiling pot of oil, and the sizzling sound instantly disappeared. Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng looked over and saw that it was indeed Song Jining and Lu Yuan. The two of them quickly went up to greet them. Gu Nianji cupped her hands and smiled. "Congratulations." Hua Xiaoheng nodded and said calmly, "Congratulations." Lu Yuan smiled and patted Gu Nianji's head. "Thank you, Nianji. By the way, your father will be here soon. Let's wait for him for a while." Hua Xiaoheng pulled Gu Nianji to his side and smiled faintly at Lu Yuan. "Congratulations, President Lu." Lu Yuan smiled and didn't say anything else. Song Jining was a little nervous. She stood beside Lu Yuan, her hands unconsciously twisted together. Lu Yuan looked at her gently and pried her hands apart. He held one of her hands in his broad and warm palm and squeezed it. Song Jining's heart gradually calmed down. After the two of them took their numbers, they sat down in the hall. Before their numbers could be called, Lu Jin rushed in. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a smile, "I'm sorry I'm late. I couldn't help but modify the automatic driving program control software along the way." Gu Nianji understood and smiled. "It seems like it's almost time to get off work. The car conditions on the road are more complicated, right?" "Yes, only complicated car conditions can give me the inspiration to modify the automatic driving control program." People like Lu Jin had so much IQ that they had nowhere to put it. Not letting him think was worse than killing him. Song Jining and Lu Jin eagerly chatted about professional topics. Although Lu Yuan didn't understand, he still listened with interest. Gu Nianji looked down at her phone. The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's lips curled up. Not long after, Song Jining and Lu Yuan's numbers were called. The two of them hurriedly stood up. They had felt calm just a moment ago, but now they were nervous. Song Jining's expression was a little serious. She straightened Lu Yuan's collar and patted him on the shoulder. Lu Yuan smiled and smoothed Song Jinning's hair. He bent down and kissed her on the cheek. The people in the hall who were staring at the two of them immediately cheered and applauded warmly. Looking at such a perfect couple, and a young couple registering for marriage for some reason, even the onlookers were a little touched. Looking at the two of them, they couldn't help but believe that there was still love in this world that would last forever. The love hidden in the bottom of their hearts could not be erased by time, nor could it be invaded by time. And the highest treatment that could be given to each other in a relationship between a man and a woman was to marry you. This was today's second update. Chapter 2073, I Believe in Love Again. There were 2 updates today. P.S. It's the end of the month. Hurry up and vote for the monthly votes. Chapter 2086. Lu Yuan held Song Jinning's hand and walked towards the marriage registration window. For the first time, Lu Jin didn't say anything that spoiled the mood. He watched silently, his gaze distant. It was as if through the backs of the two of them, he could see a scene that he had fantasized about countless times in his dreams. When Qin Suan and he Cheng Jian got married, they had the grandest wedding of that era. At that time, Lu Jin was the same as now. He sat in the crowd and watched the goddess in his heart hold another man's arm as she walked to the priest and promised to live for the rest of her life. He couldn't remember what he was feeling at that time. He might have been sad, pained, or jealous, but it wasn't serious. He wasn't sad, pained, or jealous to the point of being twisted. There was just a faint sadness. He didn't know when he would be able to let it go. But as time passed, he faced himself calmly and knew that he would never be able to let it go for the rest of his life. Therefore, when Qin Yaoguang crazily handed over a fertilized egg to him for gene editing, saying that it came from her and his egg cells and sperm, he also crazily followed suit. He had already determined that the egg cells and the fertilized egg were provided by Qin Suan, but he pretended not to know and made Qin Yaoguang believe that he hadn't discovered the truth from the beginning to the end with great enthusiasm. He performed the most perfect gene editing on this hard-won fertilized egg. And because he was full of love, his gene editing was overdone. Not only did he not miss the target at all, but he also had an idea. He used the DNA fragment of the small fertilized egg to replicate it, removing the ancient virus genes that didn't belong to humans, thus creating a perfect gene that was unique on both sides of the world. Just like an artist, his love for Qin Suan was the inspiration and muse in his work. It allowed him to see the light on many problems, and his technical and theoretical level had been greatly improved. Of course, the most important thing was that he and the woman he loved had a child that he loved with his entire life. That was his greatest gain, second to none. Lu Jin had always known that he was irrational, so even though he had a crush on Qin Suan for so many years, he had never wanted to die. All his love was hidden in his heart, just like Lu Yuan's love for Song Jining. He thought that this was why he had tried so hard to bring Lu Yuan and Song Jining together, right? Because letting Lu Yuan and Song Jining be happy was like letting his best friend obtain the happiness that he couldn't obtain. However, Lu Jin later realized that although he was rational when it came to relationships between men and women, he was not rational at all when it came to father-daughter relationships. He gave all his sensitivity, protectiveness, and favoritism to his daughter, Gun Yinji. Perhaps it was because of guilt, or perhaps it was because she had been an angelic baby since she was young. In short, this child had unknowingly occupied his entire body and mind. He loved her more than life itself. Moreover, it was a completely selfless and unrequited love. Lu Jin's eyes turned slightly to look at Gun Yinji, who was sitting next to him. Gun Yinji stared intently at Lu Yuan and Song Jining's backs in front of her. Her eyes were like water, and her eyebrows were beautiful. From time to time, she would raise her head and say something to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng leaned sideways to listen, his expression calm and composed. He only smiled faintly when he looked at her. Lu Jin's father was a psychologist, and he had done some research on psychology. Just by looking at Hua Xiaoheng's expression and posture, Lu Jin knew that he loved Yinji deeply. When he thought about how he had once risked his life to go to the other world to look for Yinji, what more could he ask for from such a son-in-law? Although he still didn't like him, Lu Jin thought about it and rolled his eyes in Hua Xiaoheng's direction. Hua Xiaoheng noticed it from the corner of his eye, but he ignored it and continued to look ahead with a smile. Lu Yuan and Song Jining had already arrived at the marriage registration window. They sat in front of the staff and took out their IDs and marriage registration photos and handed them over. The staff had long noticed this very compatible couple. She smiled and nodded. Congratulations to the two of you. Then, she began to register Lu Yuan and Song Jining's personal information. The staff was quite calm when she registered Lu Yuan's age, name, and place of origin. When it came to registering Song Jining's age, name, and place of origin, the staff thought she had seen wrongly. She wiped her eyes hard and leaned closer to the computer screen to take a closer look. After a long time, She turned to look at Song Jining and asked in surprise, "You had plastic surgery?" Song Jining, Lu Yuan frowned. "What do you mean? Does it have anything to do with you?" It was rare for Lu Yuan to be so sarcastic, but if she said bad things about Song Jining in front of him, he would definitely fall out with her. "That's not what I meant." The staff quickly waved her hand and stared at Song Jining carefully for a while. She said, "You probably didn't have plastic surgery. I can't see any traces of it, even when I'm so close to you. Besides, if plastic surgery can really make you look like this, I'll do it too." Lu Yuan was about to flare up again when Song Jining gently pressed his hand down from the stage. She smiled at the staff and said, "I'm just good at taking care of myself. Other than doing experiments every day, I sleep. I don't have to worry about anything, so I naturally don't look old." "Really? Can you take care of yourself just by sleeping?" The female staff member's eyes lit up. "Don't you eat bird's nest and wolfberry for beauty?" Song Jining was about to shake her head when Lu Yuan interrupted. "She often eats a bowl of rose milk bird's nest for breakfast in the morning." "Staff," Song Jining cursed silently. How could she eat it every day? And she usually ate it as a midnight snack at night. However, even though she complained, Song Jining wouldn't say it out loud and embarrass Lu Yuan. The staff member chatted for a while and finally entered all the data. Then, she took out 2 small red marriage certificates. Both their names were on them, and there was also a photo of the 2 of them. Standing in front of the white background, Song Jining smiled faintly. Her dark eyes were shining like stars, and her face was so beautiful that it looked like she had just come down from a beauty pageant stage. However, she was only wearing a simple white silk shirt with a small lapel that faintly revealed her perfect collarbone. It was as if she was wearing a gorgeous dress. Because Lu Yuan was in a very good mood, the smile on his face came from the bottom of his heart. It was completely different from the smile he usually wore on his face. It was a warm and emotional smile. Only those who saw Lu Yuan like this knew how formal his smile was, like a mask. His smile was genuine, and his entire person was even more handsome. The female staff member didn't dare to look at Lu Yuan at all. When she looked at Song Jining, she only felt amazed. But when she looked at Lu Yuan, she felt that he was like a magnet that could suck her heart out. The female staff member resisted the unusual thumping of her heart and said, "Where are your witnesses and witnesses?" Lu Yuan turned around and gestured where Lu Jin, Gun Yinji, and Hua Xiaoheng were sitting. Lu Jin, Gun Yinji, and Hua Xiaoheng immediately came to the window. Lu Jin adjusted the small bow tie around his neck and coughed. "I'm the witness, Lu Jin. I'm the brother of the groom, Lu Yuan." Only then did everyone realize that Lu Jin was actually wearing a formal tuxedo. The small bow tie around his neck made his plain face look more elegant and scholarly. He could almost be considered good-looking. Lu Yuan was a little touched. He knew that Lu Jin hated formal clothes. When he was in the other world, he rarely wore formal clothes. But in this world, it was really hard for him to wear such a formal suit just for his marriage registration. Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng looked at each other and said in unison, "We're witnesses." The female staff member finally saw Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng clearly and realized that she was dazzled. The number of beautiful and handsome men she had seen today was more than she had seen in the past year. In terms of beauty, she had never seen such a beautiful and handsome man in her entire life. Even the tall and thin witness next to her looked much more pleasing to the eye. Lu Jin had specially worn a pair of plain, gold-rimmed glasses for the tuxedo. He adjusted the glasses in the middle of his nose and asked, "Mr. Lu Yuan, are you really willing to marry Ms. Song Jining, regardless of poverty, wealth, sickness, or health?" "I am willing," Lu Yuan said as he lowered his head and kissed Song Jining's cheek. Lu Jin waited for him to finish kissing her with a smile, then asked Song Jining, "Ms. Song Jining, are you really willing to marry Mr. Lu Yuan, regardless of poverty, wealth, sickness, or health?" "I am willing," Song Jining said as she tiptoed and kissed Lu Yuan's cheek. Lu Yuan excitedly took out the ring and was about to put it on Song Jining. Lu Jin anxiously snatched it away and said, I haven't said you'll put a ring on the bride, Lu Yuan retorted without hesitation. We didn't say I could kiss the bride, but I did. What he meant was, who cared if you said it or not? Lu Jin glared at him and wished he could threaten him. Did he still want to get married? However, he held back when the words were on the tip of his tongue. He changed his words and said perfunctorily, then the groom can put a ring on the bride. He then turned around and left. Lu Yuan couldn't care less about Lu Jin now. He quickly exchanged rings with Song Jining and hurriedly took the stamped marriage certificate from the staff member. After signing it, they were officially married. He held the little red book in his arms and let out a long sigh. Jining, you finally married me. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 2074, Reason and Gratitude. There were 2 updates today. 8:30 p.m. the next day. P.S. It's the end of the month. Hurry up and vote for it. Thank you to the leader of Enigma Yangxi for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Chapter 2087. Song Jining was also very touched. She gripped the little red book tightly with both hands and moved her lips, but found that her throat was choked. She would cry the moment she opened her mouth, so she could only purse her lips and smile to suppress the tears. This wasn't her first marriage, but it felt completely different. When she first married Hua Guanchen, she was still young and full of energy. At the same time, she was also uncertain about her marriage life, so she was really nervous. Now that she was married to Lu Yuan, her mood was extremely stable. She was like a traveler who had traveled thousands of mountains and rivers and finally arrived at her destination. She felt like she had returned home. She held Lu Yuan's hand. Lu Yuan wanted to kiss her again, but seeing that everyone in the marriage registration office was looking over, he had no choice but to give up. He smiled and said, "Let's go back. Do you want to go out for dinner to celebrate today? Or do you want to eat at home?" "Of course at home." Without waiting for Song Jining to answer, Gun Yinji said first. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her. Gun Yinji explained guiltily, "Marriage is nothing else. It's warmer and happier to celebrate at home, isn't it, Miss Song?" Song Jining smiled and nodded. "Just as I thought. I just want to eat President Lu's cooking at home." Lu Yuan said gently, "Okay, let's go back and eat." He looked around but didn't see Lu Jin. He asked, "Nianji, where's your father?" He went out first. Gun Yinji took out her phone and looked at the location. "He's right outside." Lu Yuan led Song Jining out first, followed by Hua Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji. Lu Jin was indeed waiting at the door. Seeing them come out, Lu Jin put his hands in his trouser pockets and walked over leisurely. He said to Gun Yinji, "Nianji, Boss Lu is married. They're going on a honeymoon. It wouldn't be good for me to be a third wheel at their house." Gun Yinji quickly said, "Your house is still under renovation. Why don't you stay at Major General Hua's official residence?" She just wanted to live with her father. Lu Jin raised an eyebrow at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and said, "No problem. We'll always have a room for Uncle Lu at home." Lu Jin was happy and said, "I have a lot of things. Help me move them over." Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "No problem." He took out his phone and called his driver, Fan Jian, to ask him to find someone to help him move. Lu Yuan didn't stop him. He only reminded Hua Xiaoheng, "Professor Lu's security work must be done well. Can he enter and leave your place freely?" "I'll have the relevant departments handle the paperwork for Uncle Lu," Hua Xiaoheng said coolly. They walked down the steps of the marriage registration office and headed for the gate of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lu Jin, Gun Yinji, and Hua Xiaoheng all drove over by themselves. The 3 of them walked to their car. Hua Xiaoheng opened the door and bent down to take out 2 large bags of beautifully packaged wedding candies. He gave one to Song Jining and said, "Ms. Song, take this to the Institute of High Energy Physics tomorrow." He handed the other bag to Gun Yinji and said, "Take this to the Senate and share it with everyone, especially Speaker Long." Lu Jin craned his neck and looked at it for a long time. Seeing that he didn't have a share, he couldn't help but reach out and say, "What about me?" Hua Xiaoheng was already prepared. He slowly took out a bag of higher-grade wedding candy from his pocket and placed it in Lu Jin's hand. He said, "Uncle Lu is a great hero. Thank you." Lu Jin beamed and patted Hui Xiaoheng on the shoulder. You're a wise man. You're really a wise man. Lu Yuan was extremely touched. He was in a hurry to get his marriage certificate with Song Jining. He, who had always been a smooth talker, had actually forgotten to buy wedding candies for his own wedding. He quickly said, Xiaoheng, thank you for today. You're more thoughtful than me. Hui Xiaoheng smiled. Actually, he hadn't expected that he would personally give out wedding candies for his mother's wedding. However, seeing that Song Jining was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth, he felt that it was worth it. Hui Xiaoheng glanced at Lu Yuan and said with a smile, these are just wedding candies for close relatives. When President Lu and Ms. Song officially get married, President Lu can prepare more wedding candies. Lu Yuan was about to speak when Song Jining suddenly said, we're not going to have a wedding. Today is good, isn't it, President Lu? She stared at Lu Yuan, a little nervous. Although Lu Yuan was surprised, he didn't refuse. He smiled and said, as you wish. Whatever you say. That's what I said. Marriage is a matter between two people. Why do you have to invite so many irrelevant people? Song Jining was quite sharp-tongued. Lu Jin was unhappy when he heard this. He frowned and said, what about my girl's wedding? I don't care how many people get married. When my girl gets married, I want to announce it to the world. Hui Xiaoheng, Gun Yinji wanted a facepalm again. She even wanted to announce it to the world. Did she think she was an emperor? She wasn't a princess either. Gun Yinji was about to smooth things over when Song Jining quickly said, that's for sure. Yinji and Xiaoheng's wedding must be grand. There will be 1,000 tables, not one less table. Lu Yuan, Lu Jin was puzzled. Didn't you just say that marriage is a matter between two people? Why do you have to invite so many irrelevant people? Song Jining said righteously, I'm saying that a second marriage is a matter between two people. It's your girl Yinji's first marriage, so of course we have to invite as many people as possible. But it's Boss Lu's first marriage, Lu Jin corrected her. No, it's not President Lu's first marriage, it's also his second. Song Jining argued with him seriously. I also have a daughter, so I'm even with him. Lu Jin wanted to say that Boss Lu's first marriage didn't count, but looking at Lu Yuan's expression, he shut up. Lu Yuan actually didn't want to hold a big wedding. As long as he could marry Song Jining, he would be satisfied with a wife. Not to mention that his identity had to be kept a secret. Just his relationship with Huo Guanshan's brother was too awkward, so it was better to keep it as simple as it was now. However, he would give Song Jining everything that needed to be given, so he wouldn't let her feel wronged. Lu Yuan coughed and interrupted the two scientists who were discussing first marriage and second marriage. He said, Jining and I will go back to my villa in the West Mountains today. We will go on a honeymoon in the future, but the specific destination will be kept a secret. Lu Jin was satisfied and said, we should be together. He looked at Song Jining and said, Boss Lu has waited for you for so many years. Don't let him down again. Song Jining blushed slightly, but she still nodded cautiously. I know. Professor Lu, don't worry. We'll definitely have a good time. Lu Jin was relieved. He looked at Song Jining with his hands behind his back, then at Lu Yuan. After a while, he said, then can I still go to your house for dinner? After eating Lu Yuan's cooking for so many years, he was already used to it. Lu Yuan quickly said, I've prepared a room for you at my villa in the West Mountains, as well as a laboratory. You can come and stay anytime. Lu Jin was overjoyed. His eyes lit up like the headlights of a car. Really? What did you prepare it? We don't even know. Lu Yuan thought to himself, what's so strange about you not knowing a lot of the things I've done? He smiled and held Song Jining's hand as he walked to his car. He said, but don't go for the time being. Stay at Xiaoheng's place. His cooking isn't bad either. Gun Yinji quickly pulled Lu Jin's arm and persuaded him, Dad, you should stay with us. Major General Huo's cooking is really delicious. Recently, his skills have improved greatly, and he's already on par with President Lu. Is it really that good? Then I have to try it. Lu Jin quickly nodded and said to Hui Xiaoheng, I'll send you the menu of my favorite foods later. You just have to follow it every day. Gun Yinji, Hui Xiaoheng nodded nonchalantly. Okay. After the small talk, Everyone got into their cars and went to Lu Yuan's villa in the West Mountains for dinner to celebrate Lu Yuan and Song Jinning's marriage. Hua Xiaoheng turned to the military headquarters compound midway and returned to the Hua family's mansion. Hua Guanchen had just finished dinner and was sitting on the sofa reading a magazine. Hua Guanchen was delighted to see Hua Xiaoheng come in. He stood up, and before he could say anything, Hua Xiaoheng slowly placed a bag of wedding candy on the coffee table in front of him. He said, "President Liu and Ms. Song just registered their marriage. Please have some wedding candy." This was the second update of the day. Chapter 2075, Everything is Enough with a Wife. There were 2 updates today. P.S. It's the end of the month. Hurry up and vote for the monthly votes. Although the ranking was good, he couldn't give up. Chapter 2088. Hua Guanchen blinked and didn't react for a long time. He looked at the wedding candy Hua Xiaoheng put down in confusion. Who did you say got married? Who else could it be? Of course it's President Liu, Ms. Song. Hua Xiaoheng casually put his hands in his trouser pockets. His expression was calm and natural, as if he was saying, the sky is going to rain and the mother is going to get married. He looked down indifferently. I'm just telling you. Also, where's your gift? I'll bring it to you. Hua Xiaoheng's voice wasn't loud, but in Hua Guanchen's ears, it was like a clap of thunder. He stared at Hua Xiaoheng, his eyes widening and his face growing redder. He could even hear the sound of his own heartbeat, his blood pressure rising, and his eardrums almost popping out. In the end, he couldn't control himself anymore. He strode forward and grabbed the collar of Hua Xiaoheng's military jacket. What the F***ck are you talking about? Do you want to die? Hua Xiaoheng smiled slightly and held Hua Guanchen's hand tightly with his right hand. Slowly but firmly, he pushed his hand away and said, Chief Hua, why do you have to do this? If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? How dare you mock me? Hua Guanchen gritted his teeth and tried to grab Hua Xiaoheng for questioning. Hua Xiaoheng took a step back and put his hands behind his back. He said calmly, Chief Hua, you can't beat me if we fight. The orderly from the Hua family's mansion saw that the situation was not good. He stood up with his gun on his back and said, Chief, please calm down. Let's talk this out. Get out. Hua Guanchen didn't even look at them and asked them to leave. The orderlies glanced at each other. They didn't dare to disobey their chief's orders, so they lowered their heads and left. However, they still kept their ears open to listen to the sounds in the room, thinking that if the two inside really started fighting, they would rush in immediately, even if it meant disobeying orders. Hua Guanchen took a deep breath and growled at Hua Xiaoheng, Get in here. He turned around and walked to his study. The security measures there were stricter, and they didn't have to worry about being overheard. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it and decided to follow her. When he arrived at Hua Guanchen's study, he didn't sit behind the desk. Instead, he stood in front of it. Seeing Hua Xiaoheng saunter in, he was enraged and swung his arm at him in an attempt to slap him. Hua Xiaoheng held Hua Guanchen down with just one hand and easily pushed him to the edge of the desk. He said calmly, Don't hit me. I'm not hitting you because I respect my elders, not because I'm afraid of you. Hua Guanchen's heart. What Hua Guanchen was. He clutched his chest and leaned against the desk, his whole body slipping under the desk. Hua Xiaoheng looked at him for a while. When he saw that his face was gradually turning green, he walked to the other side of the desk and took out Hua Guanchen's special medicine for him to take. Hua Guanchen sat on the sofa with his eyes closed. After a while, he gradually recovered. He placed one hand on his chest and slumped on the sofa. He didn't even want to open his eyes. His voice was heavily nasal as he asked in a low voice, Your mother really married Lu Yuan? Why would I lie to you about this? Hua Xiaoheng sat down in front of him and asked, I'm just here to tell you, in case you hear about this from someone else and lose your composure in public. Huh, then should I praise you for being filial? Hua Guanchen sneered. Do you hate me that much? You don't want me to get back together with your mother? Don't tell me. Hua Xiaoheng looked at him calmly. From the moment you divorced Mrs. Song when she was seriously ill, you lost the right to get back together with her. I said, if you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? If Ms. Song had not recovered from her serious illness, you and Bai Genie would have already held your wedding. To be honest, I don't really believe that you're acting like you're in so much pain, Hua Xiaoheng said nonchalantly as he crossed his legs. I was so mad at her and I lost my mind. Hua Guanchen opened his eyes and felt his blood pressure rise again. This has nothing to do with me. Hua Xiaoheng stood up. Seeing that Hua Guanchen's condition had stabilized, he planned to leave and said, I've conveyed the message. I thought you would prepare some congratulatory gifts, but it seems like I was overthinking. Hua Guanchen sneered. You want me to bless those too? Dream on. How much better do you think Lu Yuan treats her than me? If your mother is still seriously ill, if my mother is still seriously ill, President Lu will marry her without hesitation and take care of her for the rest of her life. Hua Xiaoheng looked down at Hua Guanchen, whose face was flushed red. If you don't cherish it, no one will wait for you in the same place forever. With that, he turned around and left. Hua Guanchen roared at his back. You unfilial son. I don't have a son like you. He actually watched his mother marry someone else and didn't stop her. Hua Guanchen was almost venting his anger on him. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't be bothered with him and left without looking back. He drove to the West Mountain Villa far away. When he got out of the car, the sky was already dark. It was Christmas Eve, and the West Mountain villas were decorated with Christmas lights. They shone with a colorful light in the mountains and forests. He stood in front of the car and silently watched the night view for a while. Lu Yuan's villa was located in a good location. It was located in an open and flat area halfway up the mountain, but it was surrounded by dense forests. There was a sense of tranquility that was isolated from the world, but there was also a sense of freedom that looked down on the world of mortals. Standing from Hua Xiaoheng's position, he could see the lights of the villa at the foot of the mountain. Occasionally, he could hear the cheerful sound of Christmas music. It was a family that was holding a Christmas dinner. The thick smell of the world was intoxicating. Hua Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes and suddenly felt as if someone was looking at him from behind. He suddenly turned around and saw Gu Nianji standing under a big tree in front of the villa with her hands clasped together and her mouth breathing. She wasn't wearing much, and she was wearing a red and white Christmas hat on her head. Seeing Hua Xiaoheng turn around, she waved at him with a smile and didn't say anything. Her bright eyes flickered under the silver street lights, as if she was guiding him home. Hua Xiaoheng felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He quickly walked over and held Gu Nianji's hand in his broad and warm palm. He said calmly, Why are you standing here? Why aren't you going in? I've been waiting for you. Gu Nianji smiled as she snuggled into his arms. Listening to his steady heartbeat, Gu Nianji felt very secure and rested her head on his woolen military coat. You saw me get out of the car? Hua Xiaoheng looked down and asked her, Didn't you wait for more than 10 minutes? It's more than that. Gu Nianji said aggrievedly, You didn't come, so I could only wait. Look, I'm almost frozen. Hua Xiaoheng kissed her cold fingers, unbuttoned his woolen military coat, and pulled her into his warm embrace. Okay, let's go in. How's the dinner preparation going? President Lu and Ms. Song are being intimate in the kitchen. I don't know when we'll be able to eat their wedding banquet tonight. Gu Nianji laughed. My dad couldn't take it anymore, so he went to his room to fiddle with his program. I came out to wait for you. The relationship between Lu Yuan and Song Jining was really poisonous. It was as if it was contagious. Gu Nianji felt that she suddenly lacked love. She really wanted to be with Hua Xiaoheng and feel the pure love between a man and a woman. Hua Xiaoheng understood what she meant and wasn't in a hurry to go in. He turned around and hugged her from behind. He looked at the lights at the foot of the mountain and said softly, This used to be my grandmother Xie Xian's property. It was supposed to be given to President Lu. Huh, then wasn't grandmother very sad? Gu Nianji held Hua Xiaoheng's hand. At that time, everyone thought that President Lu had died in that failed experiment, right? Hua Xiaoheng nodded. Yes, so she changed her will and left this property to me. Gu Nianji understood and said, Now that President Lu is back, you're returning it to him, right? Hua Xiaoheng grunted and suddenly smiled. You don't blame me, do you? Why would I blame you? Gu Nianji asked curiously. What did you do to let me down? Hua Xiaoheng said. I returned the portion of the inheritance that originally belonged to President Lu to him. Gu Nianji smiled. I know. Legally speaking, that inheritance is yours. After all, grandmother has already changed her will. Even if President Lu comes back now, he won't be able to get this inheritance unless grandmother can come back to life and change her will. Yes, Hua Xiaoheng nodded again. But I still feel that since he's fine, these things aren't mine. It's time to return them to their rightful owners. Gu Nianji was silent for a moment before saying, Don't be sad. I'll make a lot of money to support you. Hua Xiaoheng. This was today's first update, Chapter 2076. I'll make a lot of money to support you. There were 2 updates today, 8:30 p.m. the next night. P.S. It's a new month, the last month of 2018. Hurry up and vote for the minimum monthly ticket. Chapter 2089. You think I don't have money? Hua Xiaoheng was both angry and amused. He bent his index finger and tapped Gu Nianji on the forehead. Grandmother left most of her inheritance to me. Even if I returned President Lu's portion to him, it wouldn't even be 1/10 of what I inherited. Gu Nianji was extremely surprised. Grandmother was so good to you. Hua Xiaoheng was silent for a while before saying, Grandmother brought me up from a young age, so our relationship was different. But if she hadn't found out about grandfather and head nurse Zhang, she wouldn't have done this. Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief. I also said that if there was no will, your grandfather, father, and President Lu would be the first in line of succession. The second in line of succession would be your grandmother's siblings, grandparents, and maternal grandparents. Although President Lu wasn't around at the time, he still had his wife, Luo Xinxue, and daughter, Hua Jialan. So even if there was a will, it wouldn't make sense to leave 90% of the property to a grandson. To be honest, if your grandfather and father wanted to sue, they could even go to court to invalidate the will. Hua Xiaoheng raised an eyebrow. Can it be invalidated in black and white? Of course. Gu Nianji shrugged. If the time of the will change was close to the time of your grandmother's death, then it would be even more plausible. For example, they could claim that your grandmother was delirious on her deathbed and was bewitched to change the will, so the will couldn't be established. It's all possible. Your grandmother has passed away anyway. It's not completely impossible for them to succeed if they want to do it. But now that you've taken the initiative to give a portion of the inheritance to President Lu, and there are special reasons, even if they go to court to fight, I'll be there. Don't worry. Gu Nianji smiled slyly and patted Hua Xiaoheng on the shoulder. Hua Xiaoheng held her mischievous hand and smiled faintly as he lowered his eyes. Yes, what am I worried about? Even if the will is invalidated and I have no money, don't I still have you to earn money to support me? I'm counting on you. He said it so seriously that Gu Nianji almost believed him. The 2 of them walked into the villa, and Gu Nianji asked casually, But I didn't expect President Lu to accept your gift. Hua Xiaoheng laughed. President Lu didn't want it at first. He said he didn't lack money because grandmother still left some things for Luo Xinxue and Luo Jialan. Now, these things belong to him. Since this estate was left to me by my grandmother, it's mine. But I said that at the time of my grandmother's death, she wanted to find his bones and bury him in France with her. He didn't object anymore. These were Xie Xian's last words in her life. They made Lu Yuan burst into tears. In the end, he still accepted Hua Xiaoheng's gift. It was Gu Nianji's first time at Lu Yuan's West Mountain Villa. The villa was a European-style building complex. It was 3 stories high, and there was a basement facing the backyard lawn, so it had a total of 4 stories. The night was very dark, and they could only see the shape of the small building by the LED lights on the surrounding white walls. Gu Nianji watched for a while and suddenly said, Young master, he also has a villa nearby. He opened the door nonchalantly and led Gu Nianji inside. When are you going to sell that house? Are you afraid of not having a place to stay? Why should I sell it? Gu Nianji looked at Hua Xiaoheng strangely. You know better than me how difficult it is to buy a house here. What's the point of keeping it if you don't sell it? Do you still want Ji to come over? Hua Xiaoheng looked at Gun Yinji intently and closed the door without batting an eyelid. There was no more energy in that world, so it was impossible for Ji to come over on his own. However, Gun Yinji remembered the 2 strands of Jichu's hair she had taken when she left. She planned to take them out after Song Jinning's honeymoon and let her mark them. Of course, there was no need to tell Hua Xiaoheng about this. She could arrange it herself. Gun Yinji narrowed her eyes and smiled. No, I just thought that place isn't far from here, so let my dad live there. Doesn't he like President Liu's cooking? But President Liu is married, so it's not realistic for him to live with a couple. So, can we arrange it this way? This way, they can take care of each other, but it's not as awkward as living in the same house. Hua Xiaoheng felt that it made sense and nodded. That's not bad. However, Uncle Liu might want to live with us. Would you find it inconvenient? Of course not. Gun Yinji's eyes widened. I couldn't ask for more, but my dad might not be able to stand the atmosphere and environment of the Special Operations Forces, so I have to prepare a few more residences for him. Liu Jin actually didn't lack money, but he couldn't be bothered to take care of his finances. For him, having a place to sleep and eat, and then having a laboratory was enough. Okay, then we'll go and transfer the ownership tomorrow. You can give a house to Uncle Liu. Hua Xiaoheng made a prompt decision and finally let Gun Yinji get rid of Jichu's villa. Gun Yinji didn't realize it and was still feeling happy. It was also Christmas Eve. In this world, Gun Yinji, Hua Xiaoheng, Liu Jin, Liu Yuan, and Song Jinning sat at the long dining table in the dining room. Each of them had a sumptuous meal in front of them, and they ate happily. In the West Mountain Villa, which was almost in the same place in the other world, a Christmas party was also being held. They were waiting for the bell to ring after 12 o'clock, and everyone was singing hymns together. Xie Qingying was now Jichu's fiancée, and she was the hostess of tonight's dinner party. She wore a dark purple fishtail dress that wrapped around her curvy body. She looked dignified and seductive. She held a sparkling crystal glass in her hand. It was filled with red wine from the Bordeaux Chateau in France. She smiled at the guests who came and went. Miss Xie, when are you getting married to young Master He? Don't forget to give us an invitation then. This was a friend of Xie Qingying's, so he spoke politely and appropriately. That's right, Miss Xie. Young Master, he has been living in seclusion recently. Why don't you get married and have children at home? This was a family member who had a conflict of interest with Jichu, so of course his words were unpleasant. Xie Qingying was unhappy. No matter how useless young Master he was still better than a good-for-nothing like you. Besides, she loved Jichu, not because of his family background. The Xie family was no worse than the He family. Even if Jichu came from an ordinary family, she would not hesitate to be with him as long as he loved her. And if Jichu came from an ordinary family, her pursuit would not have been so tortuous. Xie Qingying pursed her lips and smiled. She swirled the red wine glass in her hand and said softly, You're so concerned about young Master He. Are you worried that something might happen to your family? The man's expression changed. He said angrily, What nonsense are you talking about? Don't think that you're amazing just because you're engaged to young Master He. You're not married yet. Besides, you can still get a divorce if you're married. Don't think too highly of yourself. Xie Qingying only replied with a he. However, she was also uneasy. Jichu had not been living in seclusion recently, but he had been elusive. She, his fiancée, had not seen him many times these days. Tonight's Christmas party was actually held at the last minute. It had only been prepared for less than 5 days. It would take at least a month for people of their class to prepare the guest list and send out the invitations. Xie Qingying had a vague feeling that Jichu was doing something, but she could not find out what he was doing. He had said that he would attend the Christmas dinner tonight, but he was nowhere to be seen. Worried about Jichu, Xie Qingying was a little absent-minded. Her best friend walked over and asked softly, How are you and young Master He? Has he had some problems with his work recently? There was more than a problem. Almost all the upper echelons of the imperial capital knew that ever since He Chengjian's sudden death and the fact that his death had been deliberately revealed, his prestige had been greatly affected. The people who wanted to replace him were colluding everywhere to pull He Jichu down and not allow him to be the heir. Xie Qingying was very worried about He Jichu. She had said several times that she would go abroad with him. But how could He Jichu give up the foundation that his grandfather and father had built? At that moment, he was dressed in military uniform and personally led the guards who were loyal to him. He held the arrest warrant signed by the court and went to arrest the important families of the imperial capital's military who had colluded with each other and attempted to launch a coup. He sat in the bulletproof car. His expression was gloomy and cold. His sparkling almond-shaped eyes were slightly narrowed, and the pink at the corners of his eyes was like a smear of blood that had just dried up. It added a hint of killing intent to this cheerful Christmas night. He Jichu raised his white-gloved hand and said calmly, "Do it." This was the second update of the day, Chapter 2077, embarrassing at this time and this night. There were 2 updates today. P.S. It's a new month, the last month of 2018. Hurry up and vote for the minimum monthly ticket. Chapter 2090. This year's Christmas Eve in the imperial capital of the other world was destined to be an extraordinary, restless, and even a little bloody night. A Christmas dinner was being held at the house of General Jia, a high-ranking military general in the imperial capital. They didn't have the tacit rule of not celebrating foreign holidays, so to everyone, this night was like New Year's Eve. He raised his glass and said proudly to his relatives, friends, and guests, "This year, with everyone's help, we were able to go one step further. Drink this glass of wine, and we'll be on a new path next year." He was a general second only to He Changjian in the imperial military, but He Changjian had already arranged for his son, He Jichu, to take over. His position was originally just that. However, he was unconvinced, and he had been unconvinced for a long time. However, his ability was limited, and he couldn't defeat He Changjian. His family's background wasn't as powerful as the He family's. The foundation laid by the first 2 generations of the He family was too strong. Fortunately, He Changjian's death wasn't glorious, so he took the opportunity to unite a group of people who were dissatisfied with the He family. Of course, more importantly, he had the support of the American Soro Consortium. Whether it was public opinion or private transactions, he was fully prepared. "General Jia, you're right. It's fine if it's General He, but I'm not convinced by that brat, He Jichu. Why should the highest position be given to him? What the F***CK? Ever since his father passed away, he said he was guarding the tomb. He's so hidden that he can't even be seen. I heard that he and his fiancée are secretly plotting to escape abroad. The supreme commander of the Huaxiao Empire's military, actually want to escape abroad and seek refuge in the Soviet Union. How embarrassing." In the spacious hall, Christmas jazz music was faintly discernible. There was also a female jazz musician on the stage, swaying her body and singing in a low voice. Just as everyone was raising their glasses and vowing to share weal and woe together, the living room door was kicked open with a bang. A group of armed soldiers quickly took control of the front and back doors of the mansion. The guards that were originally in the mansion were quickly disarmed and locked in a large warehouse that was used as a storage room. "Which army are you from? It's against the law to trespass. Do you know where this place is?" General Jia's personal secretary separated the crowd and walked over. He pointed at the leading soldier and reprimanded him rudely. He Jichu wore a black fox fur cloak and knee-high military boots. His hands were clasped behind his back as he strolled in. Click, click, click. The sound of military boots on the marble floor was neither too fast nor too slow, and everyone who heard it was alarmed. He stood still at the entrance of the living room, his gaze disdainfully sweeping across everyone's dumbstruck faces. "Are you all already participating in this grand undertaking?" He looked at his watch and said sarcastically, "Isn't it a little early? Isn't the day of your uprising set to be the 1st of January next year, the day of the New Year's Day?" What did you say? What grand undertaking? What uprising?" General Jia panicked. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the expressionless He Jichu standing in front of him. It was as if he was seeing the ruthless and merciless He Changjian. His mind buzzed, and his hands started to tremble. Young master He, is there a misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? They don't exist. He Jichu waved his hand. The huge TV screen hanging on the wall of General Jia's living room suddenly turned on. The scene just now where they were so pleased with themselves and cursed He Jichu and He Changjian were all on display. General Jia's expression changed again, and sweat broke out on his forehead. He didn't bother to wipe it away and said fiercely, "You're monitoring me? He Jichu, this is against the law. I have the authorization of the military court. General Jia, you have too close contact with foreign consortiums. I have to effectively monitor you." He Jichu put his hand behind his back and looked at the few blonde and blue-eyed foreign guests on the second floor. "Nonsense. You arrested us because we complained about you just now. Major General, he even has to care about everyone's complaints. How majestic. Are you trying to cover up the truth with one hand?" General Jia roared fiercely. He Jichu raised his black leather-gloved hand and covered his mouth with a chuckle. "Why would I arrest you just because you complained? Although I, He Jichu, don't agree with what you said, I swear to the death to support your right to speak." General Jia raised an eyebrow. He knew that He Jichu wasn't as hardcore as He Changjian. Moreover, he studied law and was deeply influenced by his mother, Qin Suan, a lawyer. He relied on evidence for everything. In front of so many people, he said that he wouldn't pursue what they said today, so he definitely wouldn't pursue it. General Jia secretly heaved a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he looked down on He Jichu and thought that he had no guts. How could such a person be the supreme commander of the military? Definitely not. He was about to speak when He Jichu took out a few more arrest warrants from the court and said calmly, "I'm here today to execute the arrest warrant from the military court." As he spoke, his expression changed, and he said coldly, "Since you're all together today, it saves me the trouble of arresting people one by one. Take them all away." He handed the arrest warrant to his subordinates and asked them to arrest them. The living room was in chaos. The women and children cried for their husbands and fathers, and the subordinates hurriedly covered up for their superiors. Some people were calling the police, and a few older people even fainted. He Jichu was unmoved. He stood alone in the living room and watched as his guards controlled the various corridors and entrances. "Cut the crap. If you have something to say, go to the military court. We're just carrying out orders." He Jichu stepped to the side and watched as his guards arrested all the people on the arrest warrants. Of course, General Jia was the leader, and the others also held high positions in the military. It could be said that 4 out of 7 of the people in the highest positions of the military were here. "If you arrest us, the other 2 won't let you off." General Jia shouted at the top of his lungs. "You don't have to worry about it. My men have already gone to the other 2 families to arrest them." He Jichu's eyes turned cold. "My father's corpse hasn't even gotten cold, and you're already colluding with foreign countries to plot a coup. How capable? I didn't expect you to be so cunning." General Jia glared at He Jichu. "A few days ago, you closed the door and said you were going to guard your father's grave. It was all a lie." He Jichu shrugged. "Why would I lie to you guys? You think too highly of yourself. Are you really guarding the grave?" General Jia's expression turned even uglier. If He Jichu was really guarding the grave, but he could investigate their situation so clearly, could it be that there were other big shots supporting him from behind? He Jichu seemed to understand his thoughts and smiled slightly. The pink in his shimmering almond-shaped eyes became even more obvious, like coagulated blood. He said casually, "Don't you know what multitask is? I'm guarding the grave and investigating your situation at the same time. I can't delay either of them." If he wanted to investigate these people, did he have to do it himself? He could just strategize behind the scenes. These old guys wanted to take his position, but they didn't expect that there were younger generals who wanted to take their positions. This time, he was able to crush the remaining 6 people's plan to seize power in one fell swoop because of the support of the younger generation in the military. These people were already old, and they were from his father's generation. His father, He Changjian, was no longer around, and it was time for these people to leave. He Jichu walked out of the hall of General Jia's house and came to the camphor tree at the door. He took out a cigar, lit it, and took a deep puff. He looked up at the night sky and thought to himself, Nianji, it's Christmas Eve again. What are you doing? This was the first update of the day. Chapter 2078. Nianji, what are you doing? There were 2 updates today. 8:30 p.m. the next night. P.S. It's a new month, the last month of 2018. Hurry up and vote for the guaranteed monthly votes. Chapter 2091. Hijichu silently finished half of the cigar and handed the remaining cigar to his personal secretary. The personal secretary took out a special sealed metal box and placed the cigar inside. The cigar, which was isolated from the air, was quickly extinguished. It was waiting to be destroyed when he returned and then dissolved in water. Reporting to Chief, all arrests have been completed. Hijichu raised his hand. Send them to the court-martial and have someone take care of them. Not long after, the officers who had gone to the other 2 houses to arrest people also called him to reply. Reporting to Chief, all arrests have been completed. Hijichu let out a long sigh and smiled slightly. His almond-shaped eyes narrowed. Thank you for your hard work. Send them to the court-martial and have someone take care of them. He paused for a moment before saying, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Chief. The officer on the other end of the line was smug and responded loudly. After arranging everything, Hijichu rubbed the space between his eyebrows. It had been more than 3 months since his father's death and Gun Yinji's departure. In the past 3 months, he had been trying his best to remember his father and suppress his longing for Gun Yinji while planning a strategy to catch them all in one fell swoop. Although his original ambition wasn't this, he couldn't let go of what his father and grandfather had defended with their lives. Besides, with his family background, even if he took the initiative to let go, he would either be imprisoned for the rest of his life or exiled overseas for the rest of his life. This wasn't what he wanted. He couldn't be kicked out of that position like a stray dog. Hijichu's expression turned cold. Let's go home. The mansion behind him, which had been flashing with colorful lights and laughing just a moment ago, was now dark and quiet. It was as if someone had strangled it, and it couldn't make any more sounds. Hijichu brought his guards back to the West Mountain Villa. A Christmas dinner was also being held here. The difference was that Xie Qingying was the one who hosted it. Other than the guest list, Hijichu had given it to her. From the looks of it, she had done a pretty good job. Hijichu's eyes warmed as he slowly walked up the steps. The hall echoed with cheerful Christmas music. It was a song that everyone was familiar with, Jingle Bells. Hijichu walked in silently. Just as he stood at the entrance of the living room, a chubby little girl rushed over and hugged his thigh. She giggled and said, Brother you're back. She was wearing a small white whalebone dress, and the skirt was very open, like a small blooming night epiphyllum. Hijichu was in a trance. He looked down at the 11 or 12-year-old girl and felt as if he was looking at Gun Yinji from all those years ago. He stood there without moving, only looking at her expressionlessly. The little girl laughed for a while. Seeing that there was no response, she became a little bored. Letting go of his leg, she rubbed her nose and muttered, You're not saying a word. Are you mute? At this time, Xie Qingying hurried over and said to the little girl, Xie Qingfen, you are so rude. Be careful. I will tell your father later. The man you're marrying is a mute. Xie Qingfen didn't seem to be afraid at all. She even made a face at Xie Qingying. Hijichu's brows furrowed imperceptibly, and he said coldly, You're young, but you're quite cunning. With that, he walked in without blinking. When he passed by Xie Qingying, he said aloofly, Impolite children should be kicked out. Don't ever appear in front of me again. Xie Qingying was stunned for a moment, and then her face burned. Although Xie Qingfen was a little bold, she was still her cousin and the youngest daughter of her 5th uncle, Xie Beichen. She was the most pampered. If she were to be kicked out just like that, she would offend her 5th uncle. How would she be able to face the Xie family in the future? In the Xie family, Xie Qingying's father was only from a side branch. He and the Prime Minister, Xie Beichen's branch, had actually been together for 5 generations. However, the Xie family was a large family. The ranking of Xie Beichen's relatives was still based on the entire family. Therefore, although Xie Beichen was the eldest legitimate son of his branch, he was ranked 5th in the entire clan. The juniors of Xie Qingying's generation usually called him fifth uncle in order to show their familiarity. They only called him prime minister in front of outsiders. Xie Qingying had only won Xie Beichen's favor because she had returned from studying abroad and used her professional knowledge to help him campaign. That was why they had become intimate with each other. The relationship between relatives had always been based on walking around. No matter how close they were by blood, if they didn't interact with each other all year round, their relationship wouldn't be as good as distant relatives who were slightly related but couldn't help but see each other every day. Xie Qingying pondered for a while before following He Zhichu through the side door. They avoided the bustling crowd in the hall and went up to the second floor. The soundproofing on the second floor was very good. After closing the door, no sound from the outside could be heard. Xie Qingying took the black fox fur cloak He Zhichu had taken off and hung it on the coat rack at the door. She pleaded for Xie Qingfen. "Young master, He Qingfen is young, and our whole family dotes on her. It's her first time at our house, so she's very excited. She's always known your name and admires you. She's too excited today. You're a magnanimous adult. Don't lower yourself to the level of a child." He Zhichu took off his military jacket and changed into the slippers he wore at home at the door. He looked up at Xie Qingying and said aloofly, "How old is she?" Xie Qingying quickly said, "She's just turned 12, but she's chubby and not tall, so people often think she's only 8 or 9 years old." 12 years old. She's not a child anymore. He Zhichu walked into the cloakroom and put on a casual outfit. Without turning his head, he said, "Don't let me see this person again." Xie Qingying was shocked. "Young master He, do you really dislike Qingfen that much? She didn't do anything, did she? As for saying that you're mute, isn't that just a child's habit of using words to preserve their dignity? Do you really want to stoop to her level?" He Zhichu glanced at her and thought to himself, she usually looked quite smart, but she actually didn't feel that anything was wrong with this matter. He was thinking about whether he should remind her, but seeing how protective she was of her cousin, he couldn't bear to see her. He sat down on the sofa alone and said, "Pour me a glass of red wine." Xie Qingying went to the wine cabinet to look for a while and poured him a glass of French Bordeaux 83 red wine. She only lightly covered the bottom of the glass. She placed the red wine in front of He Zhichu and whispered, "Do you want something to eat?" He Zhichu nodded. "Give me something to eat." Xie Qingying left the living room where he was resting and went to the first floor to order the kitchen to prepare supper for He Zhichu. At that moment, her fifth uncle, Prime Minister Xie Beichen, walked over and said anxiously, "Qingying, where's young master He? Is he back?" "I just came back." "What's wrong?" Xie Qingying asked uneasily. She thought that her fifth uncle had come to stand up for his youngest daughter, Xie Qingfen. "I just received news that young master, he brought his men to arrest 6 people, Xie Beichen said as he spread out his hand and revealed a note with the names of the 6 people on it. Xie Qingying glanced at it, and her breathing instantly stopped. "No way. All 6 of them were arrested." Xie Beichen's expression gradually changed. "Yes, that's why I want to ask young master He what's going on. What's he trying to do? If there's such a huge commotion in the military, how can he convince the people alone?" Xie Qingying composed herself and subconsciously spoke up for He Zhichu. "Fifth uncle, young master He had no choice but to do this. For the past 3 months, young master He has been living in seclusion. He has been mourning for the general's grave, but these people have been constantly making things difficult for him. What can he do? No matter how difficult it is, he can't do this." Xie Beichen was so anxious that his hair turned white. "He's already been arrested. Who's going to take charge of the work? What will the foreign media say about such a huge change in the Huaxia Empire's military? Who cares what they say?" Xie Qingying was even more unwilling to listen to this. "I'm also in the media. If the foreign media dares to speak nonsense, We won't sit still and wait for death. The other party's entire body was riddled with holes, yet he still wanted to pick on others. Did he think that others were blind and didn't know how to give them a taste of their own medicine? You say that too. Xie Beichen was so anxious that he spun in circles. You can't make the decision anyway. Find young Master He for me. I have something to ask him. Xie Qingying's expression was a little ugly. Why couldn't she make the decision for young Master He? She was already engaged. However, seeing that Xie Beichen was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, she thought for a while and said, I'll bring supper to young Master He in a while. Come with me. Xie Beichen couldn't wait any longer. Go and hurry up the supper first. I'll go on myself. Xie Qingying had no choice but to call He Zhichu. Young Master He, my uncle Beichen has something urgent to see you about. He Zhichu agreed. Let him come up. Xie Beichen walked quickly to the living room on the second floor and entered without knocking on the door. He Zhichu sat in the room calmly. The lights in the room were very dim, and only his tall silhouette could be seen under the light. Prime Minister Xie is here. Please have a seat. He pointed at the sofa opposite him. Xie Beichen had no intention of sitting down for a long chat. She said angrily, Young Master He, I thought we had reached an agreement. We had to plan this slowly. Why did you arrest them all at once? He Zhichu looked at Xie Beichen calmly and said without changing his expression, When did I reach an agreement with you? Take out the agreement I signed and have a look. Xie Beichen was speechless. After a while, she said, I thought we had a tacit understanding. That's all because of you. When did I agree to your suggestion? He Zhichu stood up and put his hands in his trouser pockets. Although he had already changed out of his military uniform, he still exuded the aura of a soldier as he stood there. Xie Beichen licked her lips uneasily and said, But even so, you're too anxious. Am I as anxious as Prime Minister Xie? He Zhichu's shimmering almond-shaped eyes revealed a mocking expression. He said with a half-smile, How much time did your 12-year-old fat daughter spend learning Nianji's words and actions? This was today's second update, Chapter 2079, Who's More Anxious? There were 2 updates today. P.S. It's a new month, the last month of 2018. Hurry up and vote for the guaranteed monthly votes. Chapter 2092. Xie Beichen was stunned for a moment. His eyes quickly sparkled as he smiled embarrassedly. You saw Qingfen? She's smart and cute. She's admired you since she was young and has been clamoring to meet you. He then played dumb. Why do you think she looks a little like Miss Gu? I don't think so. Miss Gu is so tall and beautiful, and our Qingfen is just a little chubby girl. How are they alike? He Zhichu looked at him quietly and thought to himself, wasn't Gu Nianji just a little chubby girl before she was 12 years old? Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that the adult Gu Nianji would look completely different from when she was young. Xie Beichen's heart was pounding when he saw that He Zhichu hadn't spoken. Moreover, he was more concerned about the urgent matter. Young Master He, you have to say something? 6 people are gone at once. You can't do it alone. He Zhichu finally walked away from the sofa and strolled to the window. He looked out at the night sky and said dryly, It's because there are 6 vacancies all at once. Tell me, how many people will be determined to be loyal to me for these 6 positions? Xie Beichen thought about it for a while before he suddenly understood. He couldn't help clapping his hands and giving He Zhichu a thumbs up. Brilliant! Young Master He's move is brilliant. This is simply killing 3 soldiers with 2 peaches. Ha ha! Xie Beichen laughed happily. He Zhichu frowned. Why would I kill them? He turned to look at Xie Beichen and said calmly, With these 6 positions, we can unite the most capable and energetic group of people in the army. With them, who would dare think that my position is unstable? He seemed to be explaining his intentions to Xie Beichen, but Xie Beichen had been in the cabinet for so many years and had long been an official. How could he not understand what He Zhichu was implying? He was beating him up. Xie Beichen actually felt wronged. He Chengjian had suddenly passed away, and it was said that he had made a serious mistake before he died. Under such circumstances, The 6 people had joined forces to take He down and eliminate the He family's power in the military. The situation was so critical, yet he could still stand on He side. Wasn't that enough? However, just because he was on He side did not mean that the entire CF family was on He side. When it came to matters of right and wrong, the big clans would respectively bet on the treasures and spread the risk. He also understood the CF family's reason for doing this. He didn't intend to settle the score with the CF family, but the CF family had to understand that he knew what they had done. This was a warning as well as a handle. CF Baichin's back involuntarily hunched, and he became shorter in front of He. He smiled and asked, "Since everything has been resolved, does young master he have time to prepare for your wedding with Qingying?" He leaned against the windowsill and said aloofly, "It's still early. We just got engaged. My father passed away less than a year ago. How can I hold a wedding?" "Oh, that's true." Siap Baichin nodded. "General, he passed away, so Qingying has to come and observe mourning. She doesn't need to." He rubbed his temples with his fingers. "She's also very busy now. She's helped me a lot these days, and she's also tired. She needs a good rest. There's no rush to get married." At this point, Siap Baichin had already agreed to whatever He said. He didn't even dare to say no. After coming out of the living room on the second floor, Siap Baichin realized that his back was drenched in sweat. He came down from the second floor and met Xie Qingying, who was about to deliver supper to He and Xie Qingfen, who was very obedient beside Xie Qingying. Siap Baichin reached out and touched Xie Qingfen's head. He forced a smile and asked Xie Qingying, "Are you going to deliver supper to young master He?" Xie Qingying looked at him strangely. "Yes. Are you done talking to young master He?" I'm done. Siap Baichin's attitude improved a lot. He smiled kindly at Xie Qingying and said kindly, "Then hurry up and go up. I'll take Qingfen home." As he spoke, he was about to hold Xie Qingfen's hand. Xie Qingfen broke free from his hand and grabbed Xie Qingying's arm. "I want to go see brother He with my cousin. I want to apologize to brother He." Siap Baichin thought about it and slowly retracted his hand. He smiled and said, "Then go. I'll wait for you downstairs. Come out after you apologize. Don't disturb your cousin and brother-in-law. Okay?" Xie Qingfen pouted and said in a drawl, "Got it." Siap Baichin smiled as he came to the hall and started chatting with people. Xie Qingying brought Xie Qingfen to the living room on the second floor and knocked on the door. He had just walked back to the sofa and sat down when he heard Xie Qingying's voice coming from the intercom. "Young master He, supper is ready." He pressed the automatic door button and opened the door to let her in. However, as soon as Xie Qingying came in, a chubby little girl ran out from behind her and quickly ran to him. She knelt on the carpet in front of him and placed her hands on his knees. She widened her eyes and said, "Brother He, I was wrong just now. Can you forgive me?" He looked at her expressionlessly, then raised his head to look at Xie Qingying. His voice was very gentle as he said, "Qingying, have you already forgotten what I said earlier?" Xie Qingying was stunned and quickly smiled. "Young master He, don't be angry. Besides, you have to apologize for doing something wrong. I asked her to come." She then said to Xie Qingfen, "Qingfen, all right. You've apologized. You can go back now. Your father is still waiting for you downstairs." "No, I'm not going back." Xie Qingfen suddenly became stubborn. She stared at He in fascination and said, "Brother He, you're so good-looking. I want to stay at your house, okay? I'm very interested in the law and want to learn it. Brother He, can you teach me?" He looked at her calmly and shook his head. "No." "Huh? Why? What's wrong with me?" Xie Qingfen was stunned, as if she had never thought that He would reject her. "You're not good at all. You're stupid, ugly, and pretentious. I can't eat when I see you. Disgusting." He almond-shaped eyes flashed with a cold light, and his thin lips spat out hurtful words. Xie Qingfen was stunned. She stared at He in a daze for a while before bursting into tears. She got up and ran out. Xie Qingying was also stunned and couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. Why would He Jichu say such harsh words to a child? Xie Qingying's expression gradually turned ugly. She put the supper on the coffee table in front of the sofa and looked at He Jichu seriously. Young master He, your words were too harsh just now. Qingfen is still a child. It's because she's still a child that she's even more disgusting. He Jichu's expression was as cold as frost. I said I don't want this person to appear in front of me again. Did you ignore my words? Xie Qingying was extremely embarrassed and was also very dissatisfied with He Jichu's attitude. She composed herself and tried to reason with He Jichu. Young master He, what's wrong with you? No matter how outrageous Qingfen is, she only admires you and admires you. Why are you so angry? Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? He Jichu frowned and looked at Xie Qingying. Don't tell me you don't remember what Nianji was like when she was young? Xie Qingying nodded. Of course I remember. What's wrong? Can't you tell that your little cousin is deliberately imitating Nianji when she was young? Xie Qingying still nodded calmly. She does look a little similar, but she didn't learn it. All girls at her age are like that. Besides, so what if she did? Nianji is your biological sister, and my Qingfen is similar to your sister. It means that we're fated to be relatives. Why are you reacting so strongly? Xie Qingying was very confused. At most, I'll tell her not to learn from others and be herself. He Jichu felt a wave of anger. He tugged at his collar and said, Up to you, but don't let me say it again. I don't want to see your little cousin. From now on, she's not allowed to appear where I am. This was today's first update, Chapter 2080, Fate as Relatives. There were 2 updates today, at 9 o'clock in the evening. P.S. Today is Monday. Recommendation votes are very important. Chapter 2093. Xie Qingying looked up in surprise and looked at He Jichu for a while. Her eyes dimmed as she nodded. Okay, I'll tell my 5th uncle. She left the living room on the 2nd floor and went to the living room on the 1st floor. The lights were still bright, the music was beautiful, the clothes were fragrant, and the laughter was cheerful. A servant saw her come down and quickly said, Miss Xie, Prime Minister Xie said he wants you to go over. They're in the car at the door. Xie Qingying thought about how Xie Qingfen had been chased out by He Jichu's harsh words and felt a little strange. She suppressed herself and nodded. I'll go take a look. She put on her black mink coat and walked out. The cold air outside calmed her somewhat dizzy mind. Xie Qingying composed herself and walked to Xie Beichen's car. She bent down and knocked on his window. The window slowly rolled down. Xie Beichen frowned and asked, What happened just now? Qingfen cried so hard that she almost fainted. She refused to tell me. Xie Qingying smiled bitterly. She thought to herself that a 12-year-old child was indeed sensible. She knew what to say and what not to say. She also knew what to hide and what to reveal so that she wouldn't hurt her own face or self-esteem. She tightened her mink coat and said with a smile, It's nothing. It's just that Qingfen was a little too anxious. What she said made young master He unhappy. Xie Beichen's pupils shrank imperceptibly when he thought of He Jichu's warning just now. Xie Qingying's figure blocked the light shining down from above. Xie Beichen was sitting in the dark, so Xie Qingying didn't see the change in his expression clearly. Perhaps she saw it clearly, but she didn't care as much as before. What did Qingfen say? Xie Beichen forced a smile. How old is she? She's not someone who doesn't know the severity of things. How could she make young master He angry? Qingying, your young master He's future wife, and Qingfen is from your family. Young master He didn't give Qingfen face. Xie Qingying stopped smiling and interrupted Xie Beichen. 5th uncle, don't get carried away. Young master He didn't give Qingfen face purely because Qingfen wasn't being proper. It had nothing to do with the rest of the Xie family. Young master He is not the kind of unreasonable person who suppresses an entire family just because he hates one person. Xie Beichen felt even more guilty. He smiled sheepishly and said, Qingying is really different now. She's not even married yet, but she's already siding with an outsider. Xie Qingying was angry. She frowned and stood up straight. She looked down at Xie Beichen and said lightly, "Fifth uncle, to me, young master he is the man I love. I married him because I love him. Qingfen is my cousin. I will treat her well, but she should also know her manners. 12 years old isn't young anymore." Even though Gu Nianji grew up in the He family and was spoiled by young master He and lawyer Qin to the point of being spoiled and willful, she wasn't as ugly as she is now. Xie Beichen's expression turned even darker. Did he hear wrongly? Xie Qingying was actually beating him up? Xie Beichen was not as polite to Xie Qingying as he was to He Jichu. His expression darkened. It seems like Qingying thinks that since we're already engaged, she can burn the bridge after crossing it. Fine, I want to see how you're going to be the mistress of the He family. Drive. At his command, the car drove away with a whoosh. Xie Qingying almost stumbled from the impact of the car. She took 2 steps back before she could regain her footing. Xie Qingying glanced at the car coldly before returning to the living room. Her best friend walked over with a cup of hot cocoa and handed it to her. "Your face is purple from the cold. Warm it up." Xie Qingying held the hot cocoa in her hand and felt warm. Her eyes were a little red as she looked at her best friend. "What's wrong?" Her best friend looked at her in confusion. "What happened?" Xie Qingying finished the hot cocoa and put it down. She looked around and pulled her into her room not far from the living room. This was a suite on the first floor. It was very spacious and well decorated. It was a pity that it wasn't on the second floor. Her best friend was even more worried when she saw how cautious she was. "What happened?" Xie Qingying looked at her for a while and hesitated to speak. "Say something? What else can you tell me?" Her best friend held her hand and asked with concern, "Or does it have something to do with young Master He?" Xie Qingying let out a long sigh and said, "Do you remember my cousin, Xie Qingfen? She's the youngest daughter of my Uncle Beichen's family." "Oh." Her best friend let out a long sigh and said meaningfully, "Of course I know. When I saw her a few days ago, I was really shocked." Xie Qingying smiled bitterly. "She's really bold. She only learned a little from Gu Nianji, yet she dared to be touchy in front of young Master He." Her best friend giggled. Young Master He must be disgusted by her appearance, yet she still wants to be touchy, right? Xie Qingying's smile became even more forced. She pinched her best friend. "You're still laughing." She added, "He's quite disgusting." He even told Qingfen bluntly. Qingfen was so embarrassed that she couldn't get out of it. She was crying in front of her father just now. "That's right." Her best friend snapped her fingers. "Hold on a little longer. I guarantee that young Master He will feel disgusted when he thinks of Gu Nianji again. Then you can rest assured and be Mrs. He." Xie Qingying looked at her in a daze. She bit her lip and said, "But Gu Nianji is young Master He's biological sister. Although they don't have the same father, they have the same mother." "They are siblings," her best friend smiled and said. "They are siblings, but it's not appropriate for you to be too good to your sister. Think about it. Which wife would like to have a sister-in-law at home who is doted on by everyone? When the time comes, the sister-in-law will be able to control young Master He's feelings for you. What do you think you'll do?" She moved closer to Xie Qingying and said very softly, "The idea I gave you is not bad, right? Not only can it follow your fifth uncle's wishes, but it can also make young Master He cut off your fifth uncle's intentions. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone." Xie Qingying smiled. She wanted to follow her fifth uncle's wishes, but if she said that her fifth uncle was interested, He Jichu would have to have that kind of heart. Ever since she found out that Gu Nianji was He Jichu's biological sister, Xie Qingying had been relieved. She thought about how she used to regard Gu Nianji as her rival in love and found it funny. What a huge mistake. She had never thought about it again, so she did not take Xie Beichen's plan seriously. She also treated Xie Qingfen as a child's mischief. However, He Jichu showed an unusual disgust for Xie Qingfen's actions and forbade her to appear in front of him. She had no choice but to stop thinking about it. But how is that possible? Xie Qingying looked at her best friend and decided to keep her thoughts to herself. She didn't even share it with her best friend. After that, Xie Qingying felt uneasy at the Christmas party. After the clock struck 12 in the evening, everyone gathered together to sing hymns. After singing, she and He said goodbye to everyone. Many people had waited the whole night for He to appear. Seeing that he had finally arrived, everyone was in a better mood. They rushed to shake hands with him to show their closeness. He attitude was also very gentle. He stood there politely. He was less unreasonable and domineering than his father, but more noble and unapproachable. Not long after, everyone left except for Xie Qingying. She stayed in the living room and watched the servants clean up the mess after the dinner party. He took out a cigarette and played with it in his hand. He asked Xie Qingying indifferently, "Do you want me to send you off?" Xie Qingying turned around in surprise. "I have to go too. Young master, today is Christmas Eve." He narrowed his eyes and looked over. He said unquestionably, "Yes, I have to observe filial piety. You don't have to come over so frequently this year. But we're already engaged." Xie Qingying walked over and looked up at He. "Young master, I'll move in and observe filial piety with you, okay?" He pursed his lips. He wanted to say no, but Xie Qingying wasn't Xie Qingfen. He had to be more polite when speaking to her. Seeing that He didn't reject her outright, most of the uneasiness in Xie Qingying's heart disappeared. She smiled and said, "I won't disturb you. I'll just help you take care of this family. You can focus all your energy on your work." After a pause, Xie Qingying added, "You just took care of those 6 people. I'm worried that the rest of their gang will harm you." He came back to his senses and thought that this was something he needed to consider. However, it wasn't his safety, but Xie Qingying's. No matter what, in the eyes of outsiders, Xie Qingying was his fiancée and would be his wife in the future. At this stage, it was indeed not safe to leave her outside. He knew that he still had to spend some time before he could fully control it. He nodded and agreed. "Then you move in." The He family's house was big. Xie Qingying already had a suite here, but it was on the first floor. Xie Qingying was even more at ease. She couldn't help but muster up the courage to ask again, "Young master, do you want me to move to the suite opposite your bedroom on the 2nd floor?" That suite was Gun Yinji's room. Ever since she left, no one had lived in that room. However, He still had people clean it every day. The inside was kept the same. If a needle wasn't placed properly, He would be able to tell a glance. He narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "Don't you have a suite downstairs? This is Nyinji's room. She'll cry when she comes back and has no place to stay. She's young, and you're her sister-in-law. You have to be more tolerant." This was today's first update, Chapter 2081, Intentional. There were 2 updates today. P.S. Today is Monday. Recommendation votes are very important. Chapter 2094. She was a little uncomfortable being rejected, but He "You're my sister-in-law" miraculously cured her. However, she was already past the age of an ignorant girl. She wouldn't be coaxed by a few nice words from a man. Xie Qingying looked at He with mixed feelings. She smiled and nodded. "Okay, then leave it to her." She paused and said softly, "Actually, when we get married in the future, Nyinji might not be willing to live on the same floor as us." He frowned and thought about it for a while before he understood what Xie Qingying meant. He was silent for a while and said reluctantly, "What you said makes sense, but it's too early to say that. If Nyinji doesn't want to live here anymore, she can change." Was it still too early? Xie Qingying's mood, which had just been cured, felt like it had been doused with a bucket of cold water. Her heart was cold. She looked at He without batting an eyelid. He was the man she had a crush on, like an idol, since she was a young girl. Even though she was with him now and had become his pillow, she still couldn't see through him. She slowly took a step back, and half of her body was hidden in the darkness. She and He were in the light and shadow, one bright and the other dark like mirror images. After looking at him quietly for a while, Xie Qingying said softly, "Jichu, do you know that I love you? I love you very, very much." Jichu was slightly stunned and looked up at her. In the half-light and half-dark, Her straight and exquisite nose looked exactly like Gun Yinji's. He Jichu couldn't help reaching out and caressing her cheek. Xie Qingying nestled the side of her face in He Jichu's palm and felt the warmth of his palm. It was as if she was being pampered in his palm, and she loved him very much. But no matter how much she loved him, she still had her own principles and bottom line. She wanted He Jichu's entire heart, but now she realized that she would never be able to achieve this goal. Xie Qingying closed her eyes and said softly, "Actually, if you didn't seem to value Nianji so much, my fifth uncle wouldn't have asked Qingfen to bother you." He Jichu's hand paused. Then he pulled it back and put it behind his back. His slightly dazed gaze instantly sobered up. He Jichu asked coldly, "What do you mean?" Xie Beichen asked Xie Qingfen to learn from Yinji. "You knew about this a long time ago, right?" Xie Qingying straightened her head and looked at He Jichu. "I told you just now, I know. Then why didn't you stop it?" He Jichu's anger rose again. "Of all the people to learn from, why did you have to learn from Yinji? He even got such a disgusting person to learn from him. You're deliberately making things difficult for me, aren't you?" Xie Qingying looked at him. The sorrow in her heart was like the sea in the middle of the night, rising and falling, so dark that she couldn't see the end. Her voice was almost choked with sobs. "What's the point of me stopping you? Do you think Fifth Uncle will listen to me? Besides, why do you care so much about this? Tell me, why do you care so much about this?" She roared. "That's none of your business." He Jichu was already being unreasonable. There was no gentleness in his shimmering almond-shaped eyes, only monstrous anger. He wanted nothing more than to burn Xie Qingying. "Don't force me." He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked in the quiet night. "I forced you? When have I ever forced you? You've always been the one forcing me." Xie Qingying was still not as tolerant as He Jichu. She screamed and clutched her chest as she took a few more steps back. He Jichu walked out of the darkness and stood where the light shone. He Jichu realized that she actually looked nothing like Gun Yinji. Although Xie Qingying had inherited the Gu family's nose from her mother, Gu Tian, she still looked like her father. Xie Qingying completely broke down. She couldn't bear the immense pressure and disappointment, so she cried and ran out of the living room on the second floor. He Jichu stood by the window on the second floor and watched her drive her little sports car out of the He family's official residence and onto the main road. In the distance, he could only see the headlights forming a long line in the night sky. After Xie Qingying left, He Jichu didn't sleep at all. He sat on the sofa and drank red wine all night. He Jichu didn't spend Christmas this year. Instead, he left early and returned late at the military headquarters. He was busy with work every day. Xie Qingying didn't come to see him like before. She didn't ask about his well-being or help him with the He family's affairs. He Jichu thought about calling her, but when he picked up the phone, he felt that there was nothing to say, so he put it down. In addition, the competition for the 6 positions in the military had reached a white-hot stage. He Jichu had to personally oversee it in order to suppress all the forces and find a way to balance things out. More than 2 months had passed since he was busy, and the Spring Festival was coming soon. 3 of the 6 positions in the military had already been decided. He Jichu awarded the 3 awards and certificates. 4 of the 7 positions had been decided, so they already had the majority. The Huaxiao Empire's military had completely stabilized because of this. He Jichu didn't plan to appoint the remaining 3 positions immediately. He wanted to observe for a while and let the people below him continue to compete. That way, he would be able to see the situation more clearly and break down the old people's sphere of influence. That day, after a meeting at the military headquarters, he only noticed that it was snowing when the curtains in the conference room were drawn. "It's snowing on New Year's Eve. That's a good sign." The 4 people in the conference room laughed. Compared to He Jichu, the other 3 people were all in their early 50s. They weren't considered young, but compared to the 6 people He Jichu had won before, they were considered young. That was because the youngest of the 6 people was 65 years old. "General He, will you be home on the first day of the new year this year? I'll bring my son to visit you for the new year." The three people surrounded He Jichu and chatted. After Christmas, his rank was already general. He Jichu smiled. Thank you. I'll be going to base on the first day of the new year to celebrate the new year with the soldiers. I won't be back until the 7th day. The 7th day? Doesn't that mean I won't have my annual leave? The three people laughed. General, why don't we take turns going to the base? There's no need. It's the first year, so I can go. You all have families. I'm all alone. It'll be more fun to go to the base for the new year. Hijichu declined politely. The three people looked at each other and asked tentatively, What about Miss Xie? You guys won't be spending the new year together this year? Hijichu thought about it for a moment. He hadn't seen Xie Qingying in more than 2 months, or had he called her. Social media was so advanced, but the two of them hadn't even exchanged text messages. What was this? Hijichu had a headache. After he parted ways with the three people from the military headquarters, he took a private car back to his home. At the entrance of the He family's mansion, he saw a 2-seater sports car that he hadn't seen in a long time. It was Xie Qingying's car. In the heavy snow, Xie Qingying's red sports car was particularly eye-catching. Hijichu was a little dazed again. This reminded him of Gun Yinji's red Ferrari sports car in the other world. Unfortunately, Hua Xiaoheng had given that car to her. Hijichu snorted and opened the car door to get out. Xie Qingying also got out of the sports car. She was wearing a purple, slim-fitting mink coat and fox fur boots. She stood gracefully in the snow. They hadn't seen her for more than 2 months, and she had lost a lot of weight. Although she was wearing a coat, he could still see her slim waist. Hijichu breathed a sigh of relief and walked over with a smile. He planned to coax Xie Qingying. This time, the two of them had been in a cold war for a long time. The orderly beside him quickly opened an umbrella for him to shelter him from the heavy snow. However, the wind blew over, and some snowflakes still fell on the shoulders of Hijichu's military uniform. Xie Qingying looked at him silently and suddenly opened the car door with a backhand. A round little girl in a red coat poked her head out of the car. When she saw Hijichu, her eyes lit up. Brother He, I want to spend the new year with you. It was Xie Qingfen again. Hijichu's expression immediately darkened. You did it on purpose? Yes, I did it on purpose. Xie Qingying looked up and said, although her legs were weak and she was so frightened by Hijichu's aura that she could barely stand, she didn't want to give up. If she couldn't win his heart, she wouldn't even want him anymore. This was the last chance she was giving him, and also a chance for herself. I told you, don't let her appear in front of me again. The veins on Hijichu's forehead were bulging. Xie Qingfen understood Hijichu's words and burst into tears. Xie Qingying said to the people in the car, take her away. The driver in the car immediately closed the door, started the car, and drove away. Hijichu took a deep breath and said patiently, all right, don't be angry. Don't let me see her again. To Hijichu, this was already him giving in again and again. He added, go and ask around. Other than Yinji, which woman have I been so tolerant of? What he meant was that Xie Qingying had to be content and stop fooling around. Xie Qingying's face was wooden as Hijichu held her hand and walked into the mansion. Hijichu's personal secretary and orderlies all heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't easy for Miss Xie to come back. This New Year's Eve should be a good one, right? Otherwise, it would be too lonely with only young master. Xie Qingying didn't say a word. She followed Hijichu through the door and went straight to the 2nd floor. Hijichu brought her into his suite. Sit down. What do you want to drink? I'll get the orderlies to bring it up. Hijichu took off his military coat, changed into his boots, and sat on the sofa. Xie Qingying was silent for a moment before saying, why don't you like to see Qingfen? She's more like Nianji. Shouldn't you dote on her more like a sister? Is she worthy of being my sister? Hijichu's face darkened. Why do you keep harping on this matter? What do you think? Why do I have to harp on this matter? Xie Qingying looked at Hijichu sadly and asked slowly, why can't you let it go? Hijichu's movements stiffened for a moment. Then he slowly leaned back on the sofa. He crossed his legs and rested one arm on the armrest of the sofa. He said nonchalantly, I don't understand what you're talking about. You really don't understand? If you don't understand, then I'll say it again. Why can't you let it go? Xie Qingying clenched her fists, her eyes glistening with tears. She was really about to cry. He Jichu looked down at the carpet. It was a pure wool carpet from Iran, and it was woven with large night epiphyllum flowers. After a long while, he said calmly, I've said it before. I'm a morally corrupt person. I can't change it for the rest of my life, and I don't want to change it. Xie Qingying's tears burst out of her eyes and flowed all over her face. She covered her face and let out a low, hoarse cry like an injured little beast. Ijichu didn't try to persuade her. He only placed a box of tissues on the sofa table next to her. Xie Qingying cried her heart out and wiped her tears with a tissue. Ijichu said casually, but I can guarantee that you're my only woman. We can get married. Xie Qingying sneered, but I don't want to. She stood up and straightened her back. Ijichu, listen up. I don't want to be your woman. I want to break off the engagement with you. I want to break up with you. Ijichu slowly stuck his head out and looked at her inquisitively for a while. Don't test me like this. It's useless to retreat in order to advance. Who's testing you? Xie Qingying took out the ring and placed it on the sofa table in front of Ijichu. This is our engagement ring. I'll give it back to you. From now on, we'll be married and have nothing to do with each other. With that, she turned around and ran towards a door. At first, she walked quickly, but then she jogged as if she was free. Only the sound of her footsteps could be heard as she ran towards the He family's front door. Ijichu played with the ring. He didn't send her off, nor did he go to the window to see her. With a long sigh, Ijichu threw the ring into the drawer and lit a cigarette. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 2082, Can't Change and Don't Want to Change. There were 2 updates today, at 9 o'clock in the evening. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes and monthly votes. Chapter 2095. New Year's Eve in this world was completely different from Hijichu's. Lu Yuan finally returned from his honeymoon trip with Song Jining. After all, he used to be a person on the special front. Lu Yuan and Song Jining left silently and didn't make a splash outside. In order to make it easier for them to play and not be peeked at and watched, the 2 of them had disguised themselves. They looked like a very ordinary middle-aged couple. The 2 of them returned to the imperial capital a month ago and continued with their respective work. After returning, Song Jining moved to the West Mountain Villa far away. Her apartment on the 3rd Ring Road in the imperial capital only stayed there occasionally when she was too tired and didn't want to go back to the West Mountain. At this time, Lu Yuan would come over from the West Mountain Villa to accompany her. Although the 2 of them had been separated for a long time, now that they were husband and wife, they didn't feel unfamiliar at all. It was as if they had been together for many years. He would do what she wanted to do for her without even asking, and he didn't need to say anything. Song Jining understood his intentions. In addition, the 2 of them were older and less angry and arrogant than when they were young. They understood each other more and thought from another's perspective, so their married life was like a fish in water. With the nourishment of a beautiful love and a harmonious marriage, Song Jining was so beautiful that she was practically glowing. Lu Yuan's charm was even more astonishing. Even though she knew that he was married, she still couldn't stop his endless luck with women. Lu Yuan wasn't annoyed. He had been doing business in the other world for so many years, so he knew how to deal with this kind of thing the best. If he didn't accept it, he wouldn't hurt the woman's face. Song Jining, on the other hand, never asked about this kind of thing because she also had a lot of peach blossoms. She was extremely annoyed by this. She didn't know how to deal with it, so most of the time, she pretended not to know and treated it coldly. Now that they were married, she felt that it was quite useful to be able to pull Lu Yuan out to block it. But when the 2 of them were together, they never used the fact that they had encountered peach blossoms as a joke to tease each other. Because both of them believed in the same principle. You could refuse to accept other people's love, but you couldn't use this kind of love as a joke to mock it. Doing so wouldn't make you look very popular. Instead, it would make people think that you were very lame. The longer they spent together, the more they realized that they had the same attitude when it came to dealing with people. It was just that the way they handled things was different. After all, Lu Yuan and Song Jinning's personalities were actually very different. However, they complemented each other and were happy and harmonious. This year's New Year's Eve was the first New Year's Eve after Lu Yuan and Song Jinning got married. It was also the first New Year's Eve that Lu Yuan returned to this world after 18 years. Both of them decided to celebrate. Lu Yuan had been preparing for the New Year's Eve dinner since he returned from his honeymoon. He had bought a lot of ingredients. In order to ensure freshness, he had chosen to have some seafood delivered by air at a fixed time. It was only delivered at noon on New Year's Eve. Song Jinning personally prepared the invitations and invited Lu Jin, Gun Yinji, and Huo Xiaoheng over for the New Year's dinner. Lu Jin was the first to arrive. He came to the door with a bottle of French Bordeaux, 84. Song Jinning personally opened the door for him. She smiled and took the red wine. Professor Lu, you're early? What have you been up to recently? The funding for Lu Jin's personal laboratory had been approved, and the Institute of High Energy Physics was under construction. Lu Jin did not go to the Institute of High Energy Physics to teach anymore. He stayed at home and tinkered with his own laboratory. He followed Song Jinning into the living room and said seriously, I'm busy with the lab. I came early because I live close by. Oh, right. You live in the West Mountain Villa now, right? Did Yinji transfer it to you? Song Jinning made Lu Jin a cup of tea and placed it on the coffee table in front of him. Lu Jin nodded and frowned. I told her not to bother. Why is she going around? It's still hers in the end anyway. But Xiaoheng insisted that she transfer it. Song Jinning understood and asked curiously, You've already made a will? Well, isn't that obvious? I have so much money, so of course I have to make a will. Otherwise, if anyone comes to fight with my girl for my inheritance, even if I die, I'll be so angry that I'll come back to life. Lu Jin didn't think much of it and was as venomous as ever. Song Jinning covered her mouth and laughed. Professor Lu, it's New Year's today. Can we not talk about death? Oh, sure. Lu Jin nodded and said seriously, I'll be careful. As soon as he entered Lu Yuan's house, he walked to the kitchen. Boss Lu, it's New Year's today. What delicious food did you prepare for us? Lu Jin smelled the aroma of food before he even walked into the kitchen. His mouth immediately began to salivate as he prepared to digest the food. Lu Yuan turned around to look at him and smiled. Your favorite Buddha jumps over the wall. Buddha jumps over the wall? You really made Buddha jumps over the wall again. Lu Jin was overjoyed. He counted with his fingers. The Buddha jumps over the wall that you made in the past required a total of 21 ingredients. They were Canadian thorny ginseng, yellow sea, deep sea wild abalone, Siamese shark fins, chair scallops, base lips, long white turtle skirt, and deer tendons. There were also wild pigeon eggs, osmanthus duck, duck treasures, golden turtle gums, baby pigeons, Spanish Iberian black pork chops, pork belly, hoof tips, and tendons, as well as South China Sea razor clams, Jinhua ham, Middle Eastern lamb knuckles, dragon boat mushrooms, Jiangxi yellow mud bamboo shoots, and Icelandic eagle-beak chicken. Then, the different ingredients were cooked separately using methods such as frying, stir-frying, boiling, and deep frying. Finally, the cooked ingredients were spread layer by layer into a large jar of Shaoxing wine. Then, the jar was sealed with lotus leaves and simmered over a gentle fire with white smoke and charcoal. It took a day and a night to stew the Buddha jumps over the wall, which was rich in soup and nutritious. Taking a deep breath, Lu Jin sighed and said, There are many restaurants that know how to make Buddha jumps over the wall, but there isn't a single gourmet like Boss Lu who has carefully selected ingredients from all over the world. The recipe and menu of Buddha jumps over the wall were no longer a secret. Only the difference in ingredients could directly determine the taste of the food. Song Jinning glanced at Lu Yuan's purchase list and clicked her tongue. Professor Lu is really amazing. You even remember the names and places of origin of so many ingredients. What's this? Lu Jin curled his lips in disdain. To me, this is just a glance. I was born with a photographic memory and have a photographic memory. The two of them chatted and laughed as they sat down in the dining room outside the kitchen. They chatted about the recent developments in the technology world as they waited for dinner. Lu Jin secretly sent Gun Yinji a text message. "Girl, come quickly. I'll share the first incense of Boss Lu's Buddha jumps over the wall with you." Gun Yinji had just come out of the Senate building. She had been very busy for the past 2 months and had almost worked overtime on New Year's Eve. It was only when Speaker Long asked them to come back to work after the new year that she packed her things and left. After saying goodbye to Rong Mingxing at the entrance of the Senate, Gun Yinji immediately saw Hua Xiaoheng standing at the bottom of the steps of the Senate building. He crossed his arms and leaned against his black SUV bulletproof car, looking at Gun Yinji calmly. Gun Yinji pursed her lips into a smile and waved at Rong Mingxing. Then, she ran down the steps and threw herself into Hua Xiaoheng's arms. Hua Xiaoheng caught her and kissed her on the cheek. He said lovingly, "Isn't our Chief Gu afraid of being secretly photographed?" Gun Yinji smiled slyly. "It's the new year, so there's a little benefit for those who secretly take photos." "Then what about my benefit?" Hua Xiaoheng opened the car door and let Gun Yinji get in. When he fastened her seatbelt, he took the opportunity to speak in a low voice in her ear and even bit her pink earlobe. This was the second update of the day. Chapter 2083, Where's My Benefit? There were 2 updates today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes and monthly votes. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 2096. Gun Yinji's body was numb from his bite. She was a little excited and shy. Moreover, she and Hua Xiaoheng had been very busy for the past 2 months. Although they lived under the same roof, they had only seen each other a handful of times. Not only did Hua Xiaoheng miss her, but she also missed him. Gun Yinji wrapped her arms around Hua Xiaoheng's neck and kissed him on the lips. She whispered, "I'll give you a treat tonight." Hua Xiaoheng had only wanted to tease Gun Yinji, but he hadn't expected her to tease him instead. A simple sentence had made his imagination run wild, and he couldn't control himself. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes gradually darkened. He hugged her and kissed her passionately for a long time before letting her go. He said in a hoarse voice, "I'll collect some interest first." Gun Yinji blushed, and her plump lips curled into a beautiful arc. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't suppress it. The 2 of them drove to the West Mountain Villa. It was already dark. Big red lanterns hung around the eaves of the villa. There were a few persimmon trees planted against the wall in the courtyard. The orange-red persimmons hung on the trees like small lanterns that complemented the big lanterns. After getting out of the car, Gun Yinji noticed that Hua Xiaoheng was holding a bottle of wine in his hand. Upon closer inspection, it was actually Mao Dai. She spread her hands in embarrassment. "I didn't bring a gift. We're husband and wife. If I bring it, then you bring it." Hua Xiaoheng smiled as he took her hand and led her into the courtyard. He rang the doorbell at the door. Before the door opened, he heard Song Jinning's laughter. "You're finally here. If you didn't come, we would have started first." The door opened, and Song Jinning's fair and gentle face appeared in front of the 2 of them. Gun Yinji praised, "Ms. Song, you've been in high spirits recently. Every time I see you, you look younger. If this continues, we'll really have to call each other sisters." Song Jinning was amused by her and laughed happily. Hua Xiaoheng rubbed her head. "What nonsense are you talking about? You're so rude." Gun Yinji sniffed at him with a mischievous look that said, "What can you do about me?" Song Jinning was overjoyed to see her son and daughter-in-law's love. She took the Mao Dai from Hua Xiaoheng's hand and said with a smile, "That's great. Buddha jumps over the wall with Mao Dai." President Lu prepared Buddha jumps over the wall? Gun Yinji was pleasantly surprised. "No wonder I smelled such a delicious fragrance as soon as I entered. Like I said, all the fragrances of flowers and fruits can't compare to the fragrance of food." With that, she left Hua Xiaoheng behind and ran to the kitchen alone. Hua Xiaoheng looked at his abandoned hand. Song Jinning held back her laughter and pointed inside. "Professor Lu arrived a long time ago. He's been waiting for you." Hua Xiaoheng coughed lightly and said, "Ms. Song, General Hua is also here today to celebrate the new year with the old master. Hua Guanchen's private villa was in the West Hills, but it was quite far from Lu Yuan's house. Song Jinning's smile faded a little. She carried the bottle of Mao Tai to the dining room as she said, "Well, spending the new year with my father is still something to be proud of." Hua Xiaoheng sighed and said, "I spent the new year with the Zhang family." Song Jinning, she stopped smiling. "Pretend I didn't say anything." Hua Xiaoheng had wanted to finish his New Year's Eve dinner here and take Gu Nianji to Hua Guanchen's place. The grudges in their family could be settled behind closed doors, but in front of outsiders, they still had to show basic courtesy. Especially since Gu Nianji was now the chief legal advisor of the Senate. There were many people who had their eyes on her. However, grandfather Hua felt that it was too cold, so he called the Zhang family to Hua Guanchen's West Hills villa for the new year. This was unbearable. Hua Xiaoheng didn't plan to visit grandfather Hua and pay them a New Year's greeting. When he arrived at the living room, Hua Xiaoheng looked around. "Where's Uncle Lu?" "He's in the dining room." Nianji should have gone to the dining room too. Hua Xiaoheng followed her to the dining room and saw that Gu Nianji and Lu Jin were already seated. They were waiting for Lu Yuan to serve the Buddha jumps over the wall. Lu Jin was explaining to Gu Nianji how to eat the Buddha jumps over the wall. You know that the Buddha jumps over the wall is stewed, and there are a lot of things in it, but it's mixed but not messy. There are many levels. So when you eat it, you're very particular. Lu Jin took out a special spoon to demonstrate. See this? This Buddha spoon is specially used to eat the Buddha jumps over the wall. With one spoon, you can take care of all the levels from top to bottom and scoop them into a bowl together. Delicious things have to be eaten together to taste the special ingredients of the Buddha jumps over the wall. Lu Jin shook his head, as if he had already written a 5,000-word paper on how to eat the Buddha jumps over the wall scientifically. Gu Nianji felt even hungrier when she heard this. She sighed and leaned back in her seat. "Hurry up and serve the dishes. I'm so hungry that my stomach is cramping." Lu Jin saw this and quickly went to the kitchen to fiddle with it for a while. When he came out, he brought Gu Nianji a white jade porcelain bowl of sesame glutinous rice balls. He said, "It's cooked with osmanthus rice wine. Eat this first." Gu Nianji especially liked to eat glutinous things. Rice wine, glutinous rice balls, and rice noodles were her favorites. The rice wine that Lu Jin was talking about was a southern dialect. In the north, it was called fermented rice. It was made of glutinous rice, and after fermentation, it was sweet and sour. With a little dried osmanthus flowers, it was given to young girls in winter to replenish their energy and blood. Gu Nianji drank a bowl of osmanthus rice wine, glutinous rice balls, and sighed in satisfaction as if she had come back to life. She said, "It's so delicious." The simple osmanthus rice wine, glutinous rice balls are so delicious. President Lu's culinary skills have reached perfection. Lu Jin looked at his tray and asked in confusion, "How did you know that Boss Lu cooked it?" "I was the one who brought it out, and I prepared the ingredients in it." Gu Nianji smiled and patted Lu Jin on the shoulder. She blinked and said playfully, "Dad, don't struggle. When it comes to cooking, I inherited your talent. How could I not know your culinary skills?" Lu Jin was amused by her and pointed at her nose. You're really naughty." As the two of them spoke, Hua Xiaoheng and Song Jinning helped Lu Yuan put the prepared dishes and snacks on the dining table. Gu Nianji quickly got up to help. She was in charge of getting the bowls and chopsticks to disinfect, and then placing them on the round dining table. Because it was the new year, Lu Yuan put away the rectangular dining table and replaced it with a round table. The Huaxia Empire was particular about a round, auspicious omen. A large can of Buddha jumps over the wall was brought over and placed on the turntable in the middle, surrounded by dishes that Lu Yuan had meticulously cooked. Hua Xiaoheng took the Mao Tai he had brought over and filled it for Lu Yuan, Lu Jin, and Song Jinning. He poured milk and coconut juice for Gu Nianji and only drank beer. Lu Yuan looked at him and asked with a smile, "Why didn't Xiaoheng drink Mao Tai?" Well, Xiaoheng's expression didn't change as he said, "Of course, such good wine is for the elders. Nianji and I are juniors, so we won't fight with the elders for it." Ha, is that so? Lu Yuan looked at Lu Jin meaningfully. Like Gun Yinji, Lu Jin devoted himself to tasting the day's delicacies and wine. The Buddha jumps over the wall was delicious, but according to Lu Jin's way of eating it, it was still a little greasy. The mellow Maodai was just right to relieve the greasy feeling, and it could also complement the seafood in the Buddha jumps over the wall. It could be said to be very powerful. Lu Jin ate happily and drank a little too much. Before the bell rang at midnight on New Year's Eve, he passed out drunk. Lu Yuan and He Xiaoheng helped him away and sent him to the guest room to sleep. Song Jining was also a little drunk. She propped her head up against the dining table and kept smiling at Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji took the opportunity to whisper to Song Jining, "Ms. Song, can you do me a favor?" "What is it?" "Just tell me, as long as I can do it." The drunk Ms. Song had the air of a domineering elder sister. Gun Yinji's voice became softer as she said, "Ms. Song, can you let me make a call to the other world? I want to wish young master he a happy new year." This was the first update of the day. Chapter 2084, Every Move is Love. There are 2 updates today, at 9 o'clock in the evening. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes and monthly votes. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 2097. Song Jining was a little drunk, but her mind was still sharp. She raised an eyebrow. "You want to call young master he for New Year's greetings?" "Yes." Gun Yinji nodded lightly and whispered, "He's actually my half-brother, and his parents have passed away. He's not close to the other relatives of the He family. I'm a little worried about him." Song Jining knew a little about this. Lu Yuan had revealed it before, because she had been curious about what kind of woman a person like Lu Jin would fall for and get married and have children. In the end, Lu Yuan had vaguely said that Lu Jin had never been married, and that Gun Yinji's mother was someone else. She wasn't very clear about the exact situation, but she could guess a little. Now that she knew that Ijichu's mother was also Gun Yinji's mother, Song Jining immediately sobered up. She quickly understood many things and touched Gun Yinji's face tenderly. "Okay, come with me to my study. I have a phone there that can connect to the energy device at the Institute of High-Energy Physics. A call to the other world required magnetic energy. The device that could activate the magnetic energy was closely monitored at the Institute of High-Energy Physics. However, Song Jining had the highest authority. Besides, it was just a phone call." She nodded. "I can talk for 10 minutes. This is within my authority." Gun Yinji nodded happily and followed Song Jining to her study. Song Jining's study was very spacious, and the middle was partitioned by a bookshelf. On one side was her large desk and a bookshelf with a translucent glass door that covered the entire wall. On the other side was a small postmodern physics laboratory, which made it convenient for her to do some research at home. Gun Yinji looked at the study and clicked her tongue. "Ms. Song, President Lu really treats you well." Song Jining squinted her eyes and smiled. She was so charming in her drunken state that Gun Yinji blushed slightly. "Yes, he's very, very nice to me, and I'm very, very nice to him." Song Jining smiled as she walked to the physics laboratory on the other side of her study. She took out a black cylindrical object and fiddled with it for a while. After the magnetic field energy device was connected, Song Jining called her over and said, "You can just click on young master he's phone number here." She patted Gun Yinji's shoulder and left the study considerately, giving her space to speak freely. Before she left, she whispered, "I'll block the surveillance cameras here. Don't worry, make the call." Gun Yinji smiled. "I'm just wishing young master he a happy new year." After Song Jining left, she closed the door to the study. Gun Yinji looked at the 3D dial in front of her and reached out to slowly tap Hijichu's number. Hijichu sat alone in the bedroom of his suite. He didn't have much of an appetite as he went downstairs to eat. The orderlies had called him a few times to ask when he would be coming down for dinner, but he had only told them to go back for the new year and not to stay at his house. The orderlies had their own duty schedule. Of course, they wouldn't all go back just because Ijichu asked them to. Those who weren't on duty could go back. Those who were on duty went to their own dormitories and had a reunion dinner with everyone. It was also very lively. Hijichu really didn't have much of an appetite. He sat for a while and decided to take a shower before going to bed. Tomorrow, he still had to go down to the grassroots level to celebrate the new year with the soldiers, so it was better to sleep early. He actually had no interest in waiting for the New Year's Eve bell to ring. Just as she took out some clothes from the closet, she suddenly heard a song coming from the bedroom. You can't hear my voice, so you're afraid of blurting out your name. It's like I'm sure I'm going to meet you. It's like we've exchanged eyes before. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. It was the ringtone of a phone he hadn't used in a long time. Hijichu was slightly taken aback. Then, he ran to his bed and took out a phone that was always charging from under his pillow. A strange number appeared on the phone, but there was no mistaking it. It was this number. Hijichu took a deep breath. His shimmering almond-shaped eyes were shockingly bright. He held the phone and trembled for a while before he calmed down and picked up the call. The soft voice that was almost engraved in his genes came from the other end of the phone. Hello, is this young master he? Hijichu's throat was choked. He tried hard for a while before he nodded. His voice was still calm. Is this Nianji? Gu Nianji cheered. Young master he. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you. It wasn't even 12 o'clock yet, so of course it was New Year's greetings. Hijichu smiled slightly. She was still so mischievous. It seemed like she was having a good time over there. Hijichu sat on the sofa and posed for a long conversation. Where are you spending the New Year's? Who's by your side? Gu Nianji almost counted with her fingers. My dad, CEO Liu, Major General Hua, and Ms. Song. Oh, right, CEO Liu and Ms. Song got married 2 months ago. Hijichu was stunned. Ms. Song isn't Major General Hua's mother? CEO Liu is his uncle, right? What about Major General Hua's father? Ms. Song and Major General Hua's father divorced a long time ago. Why can't she remarry? Gu Nianji said casually. Young master you're not so futile, are you? Hijichu came back to his senses and smiled. I'm just very surprised. Hua Xiaoheng's expression must be very interesting. Gu Nianji recalled Hua Xiaoheng's usual calmness and smiled. His heart might be very interesting, but you really can't tell from his face. As she spoke, she also asked Hijichu, Young master where are you spending the New Year's? Who are you having New Year's Eve dinner with? Hijichu looked at the empty bedroom and said lightly, I'm having New Year's Eve dinner with my relatives and subordinates in the restaurant. Gu Nianji tilted her head and rolled her eyes. Are there many people? Yes, a lot. It's very noisy and lively. Gu Nianji thought to herself, liar, liar. Only Hijichu's voice could be heard on the phone. If there were really a lot of people, how could she not hear any other sounds? Hijichu seemed to have guessed what she was thinking. He smiled and said, I saw you call, so I found an empty room to talk to you. Otherwise, it would be so noisy that I wouldn't even be able to hear you. Gu Nianji, that seemed to make sense. She was uncertain again. She smiled and said, I see. I was just wondering if there was some new type of soundproof phone over there. Ha. Hijichu's thin lips curled up. He thought to himself that his Nianji was indeed smart. Even he hadn't thought of this excuse. That's a good idea. I'll get someone to develop it tomorrow, Hijichu teased. Gu Nianji put on her Bluetooth headset and connected it to the intercom. She walked to the bay window of the laboratory and sat down. She looked at the night view outside the window and said calmly, When it's developed, send me a copy. Then she immediately asked, Is Cousin Xie there? I want to wish her a happy New Year too. Thank her for being by Hijichu's side. Hijichu pressed his hand against his temple and calmed himself down before saying nonchalantly, Nianji, you're making things difficult for me. It's New Year's Eve, so of course she's spending the new year with her family. We're getting engaged this year. After I finish my mourning for my father, we'll prepare for the wedding. Gu Nianji's expression was very calm, but her voice sounded very happy. So you're engaged? That's great, that's great. Congratulations, young master Congratulations, cousin Xie. She added, I'm also observing mourning for my mother. Maybe I can get married with young master, and cousin Xie. Hijichu smiled and quickly changed the topic. The two of them talked for 8 or 9 minutes. From the corner of her eye, Gunyanji saw the red light on the intercom. She knew that it was almost time, so she quickly said, "Then I wish young master he a happy new year, and your wishes come true." Hijichu grunted and said very gently, "Nyenji, you too." He paused for a moment. Just as Gunyanji was about to hang up, he said very softly, "Your sister." Gunyanji didn't hear what Hijichu said clearly, but she heard the word sister and quickly said, "Brother, take care of yourself. I'll call you again when I have the chance." After hanging up Hijichu's call, Gunyanji saw that there was still more than a minute left on the intercom. Without hesitation, she dialed Xie Qingying's number. This is the second update of today, Chapter 2085, Lying Liar. There are two updates today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes and monthly votes. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Genius 1 second to remember this website's address. Mobile version, am. Chapter 2098. Xie Qingying was with her best friend at the moment. Although it was New Year's Eve, her best friend knew that she had broken up with Hijichu, so she immediately came to accompany her after having New Year's Eve dinner with her family. The two of them sat on the bed in Xie Qingying's bedroom, chatting as they scrolled through their phones. Her best friend was worried that Xie Qingying would do something stupid, so she had already planned to accompany her for the next few days. Xie Qingying, on the other hand, was calmer than she had imagined, but she was always very depressed. Even reading those silly comics couldn't make her laugh. Just as her best friend was thinking about how to comfort her, she heard Xie Qingying's phone ring. Xie Qingying took a look and frowned. Who is this? Is it a prank? A strange phone number appeared on her phone. It wasn't the way they were familiar with numbers in any country. Her best friend poked her head out to take a look and said thoughtfully, "Could it be young master he calling to ask for peace? He's too embarrassed to use his own number, so he used a special device to hide his number?" Xie Qingying glared at her and said calmly, "I've already given up, but you haven't. I'm just worried about you." Her best friend quickly raised her hands in surrender. "I won't say anything else. You and young master, he can solve your problems yourselves." Xie Qingying snorted and stared at the number for a while, hesitating whether to answer it or not. In just a short while, the number hung up. She couldn't tell if she was relieved or disappointed. However, before she could sort out her thoughts, the number called again. This time, Xie Qingying didn't hesitate and picked up the phone. A voice that she didn't like, but remembered came from the other end of the phone. "Cousin Xie, this is Gunyanji. Happy New Year." Xie Qingying was slightly taken aback. "Gunyanji? Is it really Gunyanji? Where did you go? You didn't even come back for the New Year? How can you let your brother spend the New Year alone?" Gunyanji, it was indeed different from what Hijichu had said. Her brows twitched slightly, and she said calmly, "How could that be? Doesn't my brother have cousin Xie with him? I heard that you guys are engaged. I haven't congratulated you yet." Xie Qingying's face darkened. She thought that Gunyanji was calling to laugh at her. She said coldly, "I heard that I'm engaged? Who told you that?" "Of course it was young master he." Gunyanji chuckled. "If young master he hadn't told me, how would I have known?" Xie Qingying understood a little, and the anger in her heart dissipated a little. "You just called your brother?" "Yes, I just gave my New Year greetings. I said that I wanted to talk to cousin Xie, but my brother said that you were spending the New Year with your own family and not at the He family's house." Gunyanji didn't say everything Hijichu said. She instinctively felt that she had to save Hijichu some face. Xie Qingying was at a loss for a while, then said lightly, "Thank you. Happy New Year to you too. Also, I've broken off my engagement with your brother, so you don't have to call me or wish me a Happy New Year. That's all." She wanted to hang up in a hurry because she really didn't know how to face Gunyanji. Gunyanji's heart sank. She knew it. Seeing that she didn't have much time left, she didn't stand on ceremony and quickly said, "Cousin Xie, even if you broke off the engagement with my brother, you're still my cousin. Can't relatives call to pay their New Year greetings? All right, I'm going to eat too. Talk to you later. Goodbye, cousin Xie." As soon as she finished speaking, 10 minutes were up. The magnetic field energy was used up, and her phone was disconnected. She could no longer dial to the other world. Gun Yinji let out a long sigh. She had a headache thinking about it. How could this be? Everything was fine, but they actually broke off the engagement and broke up. She didn't know what had happened. Ijichu was still trying to hide it from her. Gun Yinji slammed her fist on the windowsill. She still wanted to call, but Song Jining probably didn't have the authority. She could only wait for her father, Lu Jin, to sober up tomorrow. She would try to ask if her father had a way to contact the other world. After Hu Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan sent Lu Jin to the guest room, they didn't see Gun Yinji and Song Jining when they came out. He looked around the house and saw the slightly drunk Song Jining. After asking, he found out that Gun Yinji was in Song Jining's study and laboratory. Although Song Jining had been smiling and refused to say where Gun Yinji had gone, Hu Xiaoheng didn't need to ask to know what Gun Yinji was doing. He had no intention of stopping her, and of course, he had no intention of encouraging her. It was good to pretend that he didn't know. Hu Xiaoheng returned to the dining room and chatted casually with Lu Yuan. After chatting for a while, 15 minutes had passed, but Gun Yinji still hadn't come out. Song Jining yawned repeatedly and almost fell asleep on Lu Yuan's shoulder. Lu Yuan's heart ached when he saw this. He said to Hu Xiaoheng, "Help yourself. It's too late. I'll send Jining upstairs." Hu Xiaoheng nodded. "Don't worry about me. I'll bring Yinji home later." Lu Yuan glanced at him and deliberately said, "It's so late. Let's stay here. We'll go back tomorrow." Hu Xiaoheng shook his head calmly. "It's fine. It's New Year's Eve today. It's very lively outside. It's very convenient for us to go back." Lu Yuan smiled and didn't say anything else. He half-supported and half-carried Song Jining upstairs. Hu Xiaoheng sat alone in the dining room for a while before knocking on the door of Song Jining's study and laboratory. Gun Yinji came back to her senses and thought that Song Jining had come to rush her. She quickly jumped down from the windowsill and walked to the door to open it. She said, "Ms. Song, can I?" Before she could finish speaking, she saw that it was Hu Xiaoheng standing at the door, not Song Jining. Gun Yinji clasped her fingers awkwardly in front of her and said embarrassedly, "It's Major General He." "Yes, you seem a little disappointed." Hu Xiaoheng looked at her calmly. "Have you finished calling your brother?" Gun Yinji was shocked. "How did you know? Did Miss Song say that?" "I didn't expect you to be like this, Miss Song." Gun Yinji was cursing silently when Hu Xiaoheng held her hand and walked into Song Jining's study and laboratory. He said slowly, "Miss Song didn't say it. I guessed it." "Gun Yinji, you really guessed it?" She looked at him suspiciously. "How did you guess that?" "I don't believe it." She had never told anyone about this. Could Hu Xiaoheng read minds? How'd he know? Hu Xiaoheng lowered his head and pulled her arm away. He wrapped it around his waist and said calmly, "You took advantage of my absence to coax Ms. Song to come to her laboratory. Could it be that you're here to do a high-energy physics experiment?" Gun Yinji, she pursed her lips. "How'd I coax Ms. Song when you weren't around? I clearly asked Ms. Song for help openly." Hu Xiaoheng smiled slightly. "Yes, so you admit it?" Gun Yinji thought about his Jichu's situation and felt that she should confess. Perhaps Hu Xiaoheng could help her. Gun Yinji said honestly, "I asked Ms. Song for help and called my brother." "You really don't know until you call him. He was actually engaged to cousin Xie and then broke off the engagement. It hasn't even been a year." Hu Xiaoheng wasn't surprised at all. He said calmly, "Young master, he has been giving Xie Qingying face for so long." "What do you mean? Do you think he's rarely with Xie Qingying because he loves her?" Hu Xiaoheng tapped Gun Yinji's forehead. "Are you stupid? That's to reassure his father and not force you to continue being with him. He's using Xie Qingying as a shield. Now that his father has passed away, of course, Xie Qingying as a shield is dispensable. In other words, he no longer has to care about who else is forcing himself to be affectionate with Xie Qingying. If he didn't know that Gun Yinji and He Jichu were biological siblings, Hu Xiaoheng wouldn't have said a single word." Gun Yinji was speechless for a long time. After a while, she said faintly, "I finally understand where cousin Xie's faint hostility towards me came from. Yinji glanced at Hui Xiaoheng from the corner of her eye and smiled faintly. Cousin Xie has a good temper. If you used me as a shield, I would definitely kill you to the end. Hui Xiaoheng hugged her even tighter and lowered his head to kiss her passionately. He whispered hoarsely in her ear, "How could I bear to?" This was the first update of the day. Chapter 2086, How Could I Bear To? There were two updates today, at 9 o'clock in the evening. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes and monthly votes. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Genius 1 second to remember website. Mobile version. Am. Chapter 2099. The two of them hugged and kissed in Song Jinning's lap, but that was all. Hui Xiaoheng wouldn't be intimate with Gun Yinji in a place he couldn't control. He picked up Gun Yinji, who had gone soft from his kisses, and got into the car. He left Song Jinning and Lu Yuan's West Mountain Villa and headed to his official residence at the Special Operations Forces headquarters in the imperial capital. Gun Yinji leaned against the car and looked at him with a smile. She didn't speak, but there were thousands of words in her eyes. Under her passionate gaze, Hui Xiaoheng drove the car at the speed of a fighter jet on the empty highway into the city. He couldn't take it anymore. His self-control and endurance were greatly tested. He wanted nothing more than to give her everything, even his life. The first day of the Lunar New Year in the imperial capital was especially cold. The temperature dropped precipitously. The highest temperature during the day was only minus 15 degrees Celsius, and the forecast was even colder at night. Hui Xiaoheng had indulged himself the whole night. Even with his strong physical strength, he didn't wake up on time in the morning. The battle situation was obvious. In the warm bedroom, he opened his eyes and picked up Gun Yinji's phone from the bedside table to look at it. It was already 9 in the morning. He closed his eyes and opened them again. He was much more awake. Fortunately, it was the first day of the Lunar New Year, and he didn't need to be on duty or go to the base this year, so it didn't matter if he slept a little longer. General G intended to let him rest for a while, so after he returned to work, General G still didn't give him too much work. However, sleeping until 9 in the morning was very rare in the years since he'd joined the army. He didn't want to move. He turned to look at Gun Yinji. She was still sleeping soundly. Her thick, long eyelashes were like 2 rows of beautiful fans, drawing 2 beautiful arcs on her fair face. Under her straight and exquisite nose, the curvy lips he'd tasted countless times yesterday were slightly upturned, as if he'd had a sweet dream. The apricot red silk was tightly covered her chin, like the skin of a red-coated peanut. Just looking at it, he could imagine the white and supple skin underneath. No, not peanuts, but soft and chewy jade tofu. Hui Xiaoheng couldn't help smiling slightly. He turned to the side and lifted the skin of the red-coated peanut to start eating the tofu. There was no meat to eat, so eating tofu was good too. Another half a day of absurdity. By the time the two of them stopped, it was already noon. Gun Yinji's eyes were wide open as she stared at the ceiling. She couldn't believe everything that had happened since last night. Very good, she thought. Her and Hui Xiao's bottom line on this matter had been crossed again. Hui Xiaoheng had been dry for too long, and he loved Gun Yinji very much, so he didn't control himself. Now that he saw Gun Yinji leaning softly against him, she was like a tender flower bud that had been blown by the wind and snow in the cold of December. If he used any more force, she would fall from the branch. Hui Xiaoheng regretted it a little. He reached out to hug her and kissed her forehead without any lust. His voice was low, and he asked in a slightly flattering tone, "What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you." Gun Yinji closed her eyes and said weakly, "I want to eat osmanthus glutinous rice balls. I ate them at President Lu's house yesterday." Hui Xiaoheng pinched her nose. "I'll go see if there's any in the kitchen. If not, I'll go buy some. It's the first day of the Lunar New Year. Were you going to buy it?" Gun Yinji opened her eyes and pulled Hui Xiaoheng. It seemed quite cold outside. She had felt it when she came back last night, but it was still quite warm being held in Hui Xiaoheng's arms. There are stores in the military headquarters compound that are open all year round. Hua Xiaoheng tucked her in, but little glutinous rice balls family should have prepared it. I'll go look. Although the orderlies had gone home for the Lunar New Year, they should have prepared New Year's goods for him. Hua Xiaoheng put on his casual clothes and went downstairs to the kitchen. Zhao Yangzi was sitting at the dining table eating lunch. When he saw him come down, he grinned at him, revealing 8 white teeth. Hua Xiao, you're amazing. He gave him a thumbs up. Hua Xiaoheng had a headache. He tilted his head to look at him. Why are you here? I thought you weren't on duty this year? Zhao Yangzi wasn't from the imperial capital. His parents and relatives were all in Sea City. Zhao Yangzi shook his head. I switched shifts with Big Xiong. He's only been married for less than a year. Let him go to his in-laws' house to show his filial piety. What about your parents? Hua Xiaoheng walked into the kitchen and opened the fridge to look for something. They went overseas for the Lunar New Year this year. They even video chatted with me last night. Zhao Yangzi ate his lunch without any appetite. He looked at Hua Xiaoheng out of the corner of his eye. Hua Xiao, what delicious food are you making? Can you share with everyone? Hua Xiaoheng turned to look at him with disdain. You always get low marks when it comes to cooking. When Big Xiong comes back, I'll get him to give you special attention and train your cooking skills. It's fine as long as it's edible. I don't want it to look, smell, and taste good. Zhao Yangzi screamed. He finished the food in a few mouthfuls and immediately ran to his shift. Hua Xiaoheng smiled slightly. He took out a bag of sesame-stuffed glutinous rice balls and found a bottle of sweet osmanthus from the storage room. Judging from a place of origin, it was a specialty from southern Yunnan. Using sweet osmanthus to cook glutinous rice balls tasted even better than dried osmanthus. Soon, a pot of steaming hot glutinous rice balls was cooked with rice wine. He added the sweet osmanthus and stirred it. The sweet fragrance with a hint of intoxicating sweetness instantly wafted from the kitchen. Gun Yinji rubbed her eyes and had just come downstairs when she was attracted by the fragrance. What's that smell? What's that smell? What the hell? Why is it so fragrant? It's so appetizing. Gun Yinji's stomach was already rumbling with hunger. Now that the fragrance was drilling into her stomach, she could barely stand. Hua Xiaoheng placed a bowl of sweet osmanthus rice, wine sesame glutinous rice balls on the table in front of Gun Yinji. He smiled and said, I made it casually. Try it. He paused for a moment and then said lightly, It might be a little worse than President Liu's. Gun Yinji took a spoon and scooped a spoonful. The sweet osmanthus and rice wine surrounded a small sesame glutinous rice ball the size of a white jade finger. She swallowed it in one gulp. It was so delicious that she narrowed her eyes and only cared about feeling the tenderness and softness of the glutinous rice ball. With a gentle bite, the sesame filling inside flowed out and the juices scattered everywhere. It soothed her morning temper. Gun Yinji took a satisfied breath and nodded at Hua Xiaoheng. Delicious. It's even better than President Liu's. Really? Hua Xiaoheng also scooped a bowl for himself and sat next to her to eat. The glutinous rice ball rolled in his mouth. It reminded him of something else, and his mind was in turmoil as he ate. However, their warm time didn't last long before Gun Yinji's phone rang. It was Lu Yuan's number. Gun Yinji quickly picked up and asked, Happy New Year, President Liu. Happy New Year to you and Ms. Song. Lu Yuan smiled and nodded. Open the door. I'll give you a red packet. That nice. Gun Yinji was overjoyed. She put the last bite of glutinous rice ball into her mouth and rushed out to open the door. She saw Lu Jin standing at the door happily with a big red packet in his hand. Happy New Year, girl. Gun Yinji. At the entrance of Hua Xiaoheng's official residence, Lu Yuan sat in the car and made an okay gesture at her. He drove away. He had sent Lu Jin back to her. This was the second update of the day. Chapter 2087, Eating Tofu. There were 2 updates today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes and monthly votes. Moi, all the big shots and little angels, that you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference. as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.